And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final, I should say, Masters Coliseum 8 Qualifier, the global qualifier. We started things off with the Asia qualifier, into Europa and Americas, into Korea, and now we have the final one to determine the final two players to make it into the main event. I'm of course ShoWTime VIP, and with me I'm joined by these players, by the people in the chats, by my plushies as well. We have our first series of the night, and it's a banger, papi. Let's go, let's jump in. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing BIG. Big. It is ShoWTime. And if you're in the chats, papi, I do not envy you because predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will take this series. It is a rough one to predict, a rough one to start things off as well. That is how brutal these qualifiers are. Again, we've had our regional qualifiers every single day for the past couple of days here. All the regions have concluded. Now we have a last chance qualifier. Here we go. Here we go. Top two will qualify, which means the semifinals are qualifying matches. The finals will not be played. They're not necessary. No seeding whatsoever. Solo's going for a hatch, for a proxy hatch. He's okay, there we go. He's going for the hatch block here at the natural. With this, he will not intend to finish it. His goal is to delay the expansion and expand back at home. Speaking of, there it is. Expansion back at home here. So Solar again just trying to force an inefficient start and force a disruption of the build of ShoWTime. Should be canceling this eventually. Might even go for an Evo chamber block as well. Just delaying for as long as possible. We'll delay for as long as possible. I see people in the chat, yo, this bracket is rough. The bracket is stacked. It is. We can go over the bracket after this as well. The other really brutal thing about this bracket and about this qualifier, as you can imagine, with players like Solo and ShoWTime facing off in the first round, no seeding. Random seeding, papi. We roll the dice and then we gamble. The dice are rolled, the seeds are random, and bam, Solo and ShoWTime up first. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, at the end of the day, like, doesn't matter too much if at the end of the day only top two do make it through. I mean, you could argue that we're going to face at some point in the bracket, but regardless, it is still a brutal format, and we'll see how our players do approach this. For the time being, we do have our first, now our second Zelda on the way. Now, eventually this hatchery is going to be cancelled. Eventually ShoWTime will expand, but what's important is the counter attack. Oh, as the hatchery finishes. Okay, Solar, he lets it complete. The hatchery will eventually die, but again, this is a further delay. We have Lings on the way as well. Ideally, Solar wants to snipe the probe. Ideally, he wants some economic damage. Wants to snipe one, maybe two workers at most. 6 more Lings, or we actually have more Lings across the way. Adepts in position. Nice placement here with the Adepts. They do focus down. Yep, the egg. They deny it. Likewise, we're going to deny the Overlord as well. And with that, the Ling is cleaned up. Behind this is going to be a Stargate opener for ShoWTime. Again, still stuck on one base, but will eventually expand. Adepts are going to be moving out across the map. This is what I was talking about. This is we're now at the point of the counterattack here. These Adepts were forced out from ShoWTime, and now it's time for ShoWTime to apply pressure to counterattack and to hit that mineral line. Solo is going to try and keep up. Lings, they have been amassing back at home, and they will be in position to deter the Adepts. So far, so good. Lings, they chase the initial shade, but now the additional Adepts and Zealots have arrived. So 2 Zealots, 2 Adepts. We can try to threaten the Queen. We can try to threaten the mineral line. Solar, he made his bed. Can he sleep in it, papi? The army's here. Units are here. So far, dancing with the army. Oh, threatening the Queen. They do threaten. Shade into the main. Don't quite complete. Making its way towards a third. More Lings are amassing. Ling speed about to finish up, and with that Ling speed, Solo can dive on the army, can surround and clean this up, and that's now 4 Adepts. It's not going to be easy to deal with this. No with pure Ling. Hatchery under fire. Adepts, they don't commit to the shade. Hatchery taking a lot of hits. Can he force a cancel? Lings, they collapse in. Ling speed is done. Coming in for the surround. Attempted surround. Zell should fall, but what about the Adepts? Again, they trade well. And they shade into the natural. They shade in. We got the Oracle diving into the natural base itself. Adepts into the main. Focusing down drone. That's going to be 6, 7 worker kills already. 8 drone kills. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. 7, 8 drone kills. Not just 8 drones, 16 Lings. There was, of course, a killed hatchery across the map. And with that, ShoWTime is looking at a pretty comfortable position. His expansion is late, that is true. But, I mean, he has map control. He's moving out with the Oracles once again towards that third base. Likewise, Lings, they do get across the map, but there are depths back at home to defend. So far, so good. ShoWTime is looking solid back at home. Threatens a dive. The Queens are keeping up. The Spores are finishing. And ShoWTime with the Robo follow-up tells us that this might be a 2-base push. It makes sense. Considering that ShoWTime is ahead, considering that he killed so many drones, it makes sense to go for a 2-base move out to avoid the third and to commit on 2 bases and to try to kill Solar for being too greedy. Like, it all makes sense here for ShoWTime. We'll see if he commits. We'll see if he throws out extra gateways. Yep, third gateway. Third gateway on the way. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 4th gate. Like a 4th gateway, immortal production, sentry move out across the map. Solar's going to have a very hard time defending, especially considering he's doing nothing but droning, which is the correct thing to do. Like, he has to re-drone, but I mean, that's why he's in a rough position, right? Like, he has to drone up. He has to saturate once again. And dealing with this follow-up, oh my god, as it's going to be another 2 gateways. 5. We're getting up to 5 gates. We're getting up to 6 gateways. Yep, it's going to be 6 gate, 2 base all in. As ShoWTime is doubling down. His goal here after crippling Solar is to kill him. Oh boy. See someone in the chat, is this game live? If the game is ever not live, then it is typically in the title. It would say replay cast. Of course, yes, it is live. The cast is live, the games are live, as it usually is here. If it's ever like a rebroadcast or a replay cast, then it should be in the title, just as a heads up. We're usually very transparent about that. Meanwhile, we do have our Roach Horn on the way from Solar. Again, he's going to need it, and gateways are finishing up as we speak. I assumed it was going to be a 6-gate, 2-base all-in. We're getting up to 8 gateways. Jesus. I'm not even sure if we can really afford 8-gate production, but sure, okay. What? Why not? And ShoWTime is moving out. Lings, they do engage with the armor, but they don't quite pick anything off. Yeah, sentries they're safe. Or because they snipe a queen, they get 1. Ooh, they didn't quite get the second. 1 queen goes down. We're waiting for those reinforcements. There we go. Warping in 6 slow lots at a time. Man, you don't need charge when the army's coming at you. As the slow lots are pushing in. Lings, they check for the third. They confirm there is none, and there was never going to be one. It's all about that 2-base all in. The Ravages are morphing in, thankfully. There's going to be some biles. Stalker's reinforcing. ShoWTime does have a bit of bank. He needs to warp in. Needs to reinforce. There we go. We have 4 Stalkers, 2 sentries. The army is here. Army has arrived. Nice force with here on the queens. Spine crawlers are done. That will help. Spine crawlers will help the defense here for Solar. Remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. Time is on his side. ShoWTime is going to rotate. 20 more Lings in production. I'm trying to push in. Roach is getting force fielded. Stalkers are coming to reinforce. We have more force fields. Ooh, not the best force fields here. It does create a choke point though. So they'll say tank as best they can. Lings are being cleaned up. More Lings are trickling in. 1 Stalker does fall. Ooh, Oracles activate their pulsar beam, trying to chase this down, but ooh, they get punished. Now the best use of the Oracles. There we go. They do pull back. Deal with the Lings. Oracles are going to be thrown away, and ShoWTime, he's committing. Like, it's all or nothing. This is the fight. Clutch transfused, but the queens are going down. There's one more transfused. GG gets called as ShoWTime runs out of steam, and Solar takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Solar, he just had to survive. Time was on his side. He was able to make it through and able to survive the all-in here. The all-in of ShoWTime. GG. GG, well played. Kicks off with a lead. So we're getting ready here for game number 2. And game 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. Beautiful. Whew. All right. Sorry, I was just making the lobbies. I was just making the lobbies that I don't want to make the players wait too long, you know, so I was just a little bit preoccupied. But here we go. We're getting into game 2. It's going to be on Ultra Love, and we'll see if ShoWTime can bounce back or if Solar will take the 2-0. Again, ShoWTime, I don't fault him for going for the 2-base all-in. Unfortunately, we saw that Solar was pretty well prepared for it, throwing down Spine Claws when he did. More importantly, he got 2 Ravagers. Remember, even though it was only 2 Ravagers, it was very important that he had an answer to those Force Fields, especially the first wave of Force Fields, which locked away the Queens. They were broken out immediately. So, alas, Solar, he was more than prepared for the all-in coming his way. He was aware of it, I should emphasize as well, and with that was able to react and respond in kind. And now we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing BIG Big. It is ShoWTime. Gateway all-ins, it doesn't seem like it ever finishes. I recommend watching some more StarCraft, as we have seen them work multiple times here, especially these slow lot all-ins, because they hit that much faster. When it comes to the execution of ShoWTime's build, it was a little bit surprising to see him go for the extra gateways initially, just because usually 2 base all-ins can't really facilitate 8 gates, unless you cut your gases, I guess, and mainly rely on slow lots, but that wasn't necessarily the case. So it was an interesting variation from ShoWTime, but not something that we see too often, by going for the extra gateways, by moving out and reinforcing with mainly Stalker with less slow lot instead. Was definitely an interesting take here of that, you know, pseudo soul train, I should say. Oh, as we're all good. Shout out to Sarutobi. For those who do not know, Sarutobi, he is the admin for SC Boy. He does a lot of work for them. He works on World Team League, on WTL, and is also adminning this event as well. Earlier, Sarutobi was having some technical issues, which is why I had to make some of the games. But Sarutobi, he should be okay now, and he should be in charge of making the lobbies from here on forward. So big shout out to Sarutobi. I think he's just explaining himself to SC Boy why he was having some tech issues. It's all good. As we're settling into game number 2. For now, hatch gas pool. Standard opener this time. This time there's no crazy, you know, hatch block across the map. It's going to be a standard opener out of Solar, getting to his hatch gas pool. Meanwhile, ShoWTime back at home, just going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. This time everything's looking normal. Now, as we settle into Ultra Love, the rush distance by ground is, I believe, the same or similar enough to ley lines, one of the shorter rush distance by ground maps in the map pool, but the bases are quite fortifiable. They're quite well defended here. Despite that, I mean, I said this last time, I don't think we've ever casted a macro game from Solar on Ultra Love yet in ZVP. Solar, he's very fond of going for these either 2 or 3 base all-ins. I'm referring to cutting workers between 40 and 60, maybe at up to 72 workers if he does get a 4th base, but very aggressive typically with roaches, and we'll see when and if he does decide to cut workers and how aggressive he plans on being. Especially after taking a lead in the series, and especially after defending against an all-in, the chances are quite high here that Solar will be aggressive himself. And again, as I mentioned, like, I don't think we've seen a macro necessarily on Ultra Love. He's always typically hyper-aggressive. I mentioned before that the rush distance by ground is quite short on this map. The downside is there are a lot of choke points, but despite that, you could still overwhelm your opponents. Like, it's still going to be a tough hold for ShoWTime, depending on, you know, how he's set up. So we'll see. We'll see which base he expands to. We'll see which third he opts to embrace. Does he expand towards Solar or away? As first Oracle has arrived, ShoWTime going to be moving out across the map. ShoWTime going for the triangular third base. Interesting. Again, he's going to be expanding towards his opponent. Now, the plus side of this base, of course, is the towers. You can knock down these towers. You can fully wall off this location. So if there was an all-in coming, you can, you know, reactively respond to that. If there are units underneath it, they can also be crushed as well. They could also die if it's well placed, if it's well timed. So that is definitely a factor coming into play. Meanwhile, ooh, early Twilight Council. That is a Twilight Council before the expansion is halfway done. Likewise, Twilight Council without any Forge either. So this looks like one of 2 things. Either Glaive Adepts or Blink. Two very different approaches as well. If this goes into Glaives, it's going to be obviously a very aggressive follow-up to try to catch his opponent off guard and try to catch Solar without making roaches. If he's purely Ling Queen, then Adepts can really wreak havoc. If this is a Blink based opener, it's very safe, and the way that works is that Blink finishes up in time for a 2-base all-in. So if he believes Solar's being aggressive, if he believes Solar's going to be in his face, then rushing into Blink, and there it is, rushing into Blink like this is just a really safe way to play. And it's ShoWTime, so it makes sense. Meanwhile, one Stalker goes down, Lings takes them in, oh, they juice him into the main, and they get a full scout, they get eyes on the early Twilight Council, they see it researching, they see the additional gateways as well. Solar knows. He is aware of the earlier Twilight Council. Back at home, Roach One is already on the way, going to be joining up for now, and he's aware he has to be ready earlier for some gateway aggression. Has one Oracle, sorry, the Oracles, they do get 2 drones across the map. Oh, the Oracles, they will be pinned back, and oh god! Oh, they take a lot of hits, they take a lot of damage as they finally get into the dead space. Roach One's about to finish. Solar is getting up to almost 3-base saturation. He's getting there, taking his gases. And again, Blink is soon to finish. Now, once Blink finishes, ShoWTime can then start to move out. And because he has Blink and alongside Oracle support, he should be safe. He should be able to deny creep tumors, slow down the tide of the opponent, of Solar, and maybe even pick up some queens, maybe pick up some workers. And here we go, here comes that move out. ShoWTime will push. As he moves out, Ling's going to be moving in, the 3rd base is looking quite exposed. ShoWTime applies pressure to the 4th. Lings, they try to get us around, shield barrier's not done, but we'll finish in time. ShoWTime defends. We'll lose a couple of probes though. At the same time, we'll get on top of the expansion. Where are the roaches? Roaches will respond. The base is getting low. But it will survive. So he will save the expansion. Oh, stasis doesn't quite go off. Gasito. Oh. And not quite. Solar being forced back. ShoWTime will lay siege on the base, and it looks like he will force a cancel. And nice pick off. That's all he wanted. Deny the 4th. Contain Solar on 3 bases. And Solar's taking. Let's go. Infestation bits on the way. Extra gases are on the way as well. Solar is taking up ahead towards a longer game set. He is not going for an all-in. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Stasis goes off. Nicely done here, catching up the Lings. Solar going for the left-hand expansion. Very, very isolated compared to the other bases. We'll see if we can hold on. Will be vulnerable to Zealot run-bys. Speaking of, charges on the way, +1, +2 now on the way. Into Temple Archives, into Storm, and Archon. So we have our splash damage of choice. We've spoken about this before, but Colossus follow-ups are very out of meta. Colossus follow-ups in this matchup, I should emphasize, are very 2023. Nowadays, especially with the NG overcharge, Storm has so much more value and so much more utility. As the high NG Queen goes down, nice snipe. Nicely done here for ShoWTime. Stasis goes up, catching out roaches. ShoWTime threatening a dive. Once again, rotating will deny the 5th. ShoWTime should be aware, though, that at this point, Solar should have double expanded. Like, there should be another base somewhere. Solar is sneaking out that 4th. Meanwhile, Hive is on the way, Lurker Den as well. Solar is taking up into Hydro Lurker Viper. He's getting there. He just needs a little bit more time. And ShoWTime has been trading very nicely. Oh, one Stalker gets caught out. Outside of that, he's been shaving off a lot of Lings. 47 Lings so far for 6 Stalkers. It's good trades. Good trades so far. Storm is almost done. And once he gets into Storm, he can start to push. What I mean by that is that ShoWTime is poking and prodding this entire time. He has no intention of like committing into an expansion outside of denying the base on the right hand side. But once he has Storm, he has that much more pushing power. He can push onto creep, force the army back, and gain more ground. Snipes a roach. Meanwhile, Solar, before Storm, he will need those lurkers. As the Lurker Den is done, the Hive is complete, but the Lurker upgrades are just now starting. That's what Solar's waiting for. Waiting for those upgrades. Zealot Armor towards left-hand side. Again, this base is very isolated, and it's going to be forfeit. Solar has to pull away. He responds with roaches. We do have the Lurkers morphing in. First wave of Lurkers are on the way. Zealots are dealt with by the roaches. So far, good response here by Solar. Defends the expansion. Where are the High Templar? They're still gathering energy. And ShoWTime, he backs off. He's building up more High Templar. You know what that means? That means the Lurkers finish. The Lurkers, they have completed. We have range on the way. Nidus Swarm as well. I mean, with this Overseer, we could see a Nidus into the main. ShoWTime's moving out. It hits top left. Lurkers, they respond. Here come the storms.
Game pause.
As it looks like we do have a bit of a pause here. Hopefully everything's okay. Oh, as it looks like they're experiencing some latency here. And we are more than happy to just wait for it to calm down. Oh. Now, thankfully, when it comes to the latency that's happening, thankfully it's happening before a fight. Like, there's no big fight happening yet. They're kind of facing each other off. But ShoWTime will be able to just calm things down. And once the ping does stabilize, then we can jump back in. Then we can see the engage. Again, ShoWTime, he has how many? He has 6 High Templar, each with at least 1 storm. Each with at least 1 storm. We can catch up in the chat. Oh. You can calm things down. Meanwhile, when it comes to the rest of the brackets, it looks like it is progressing. Okay. We're good.
Game resumed.
Okay, we're back. We'll catch up on the bracket after this series. We'll catch up. There's a lot going on. as you can imagine, we're in the round of 64. Bear that in mind. Round of 64, Pat. Yeah. Nidus Swarm into the main, but thankfully ShoWTime, he had enough spare supply to warp in and to respond. That's also why it's at times important to make sure you have some free supply to warp in. If you're maxed out, then you obviously wouldn't be able to. Storm going off. Oh my god! Storms, they do connect with the Hydras. Some brutal connections. And ShoWTime, where does he go? Does he push towards top left or push towards the third, if at all? Meanwhile, Fleet Beacon is almost done. Stargate as well. Headed to Skytos. Prism gets shut down. Nicely done there by Solar. Nidus into the main, but once again, ShoWTime, he has eyes on it. He will deny it. Will deny the Nidus. Lurkers, oh no! The move command! He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3! 3 Lurkers go down. Massive pickoffs. Lurker down to... A Solo down to 13. 13 Lurkers. Nidus here outside of the third, which is going to be scattered by ShoWTime's probe. It does scat, does confirm. Zealous will bring it into the main. Oh, but this Nidus is going to finish. Solo is going to get behind the army. Let's finish Nidus. Oh! Almost gets another Lurker. Again, ShoWTime prone to being surrounded, but he will collapse on these Lurkers and we'll clean them up. Lurkers go down, zoning storms. We can see Solo trying to catch the army. We'll surround one of the Immortals. Immortal gets surrounded. But there's not that many Lurkers here. There's only 2. Only 2 Lurkers. Third Lurker comes in. The army breaks through. And the surround was not good enough. Ooh, but ShoWTime will lose his final High Templar. No more Storm. Gets the back off. No more Storms. He has to retreat. Behind this, Tempest production has begun. Nidus is denied. And ShoWTime is down to how many? Down to 4 High Templar. We go 2 at the third and 2 at the fourth. None with the main army. And ShoWTime has to back off. You can see that as soon as he loses the High Templar, he has no pushing power. Like, he can't really contest against the army anymore. He needs those Storms. So he has to retreat. Build up those High Templar. Zelaramba gets caught out. Meanwhile, Soleil still on 13 Lurkers. He has rebuilt. Rotating in between the bases. Shows the Storms. Storms on the Lurkers. As more Lurkers, they try to funnel in. Yeah, ShoWTime pushing into a concave like that. It's not going to work out well for him. He has to respect the concave. Oh, High Templar. Solo coming in for the snipe. Ooh, Immortals, they overextend. Lurkers, they just annihilate those 2 final Immortals, but the Tempests have arrived. And they will force this back. And there it is. GG gets called. Solar tapped out, and ShoWTime ties it up 1-1. GG. I didn't realize that in the top left, Solar, I should say, he didn't re-drone. He lost a bunch of workers, didn't resaturate, and we'll just give the go. Wasn't resaturating. Solar, he was committed. He was all in. He was down to 63 drones. He tried to commit, and alas, he had no answer to the Tempest. He had no answer. GG. GG, well played. ShoWTime survives, and now we're getting into the ace match. And the final game is going to be on Amygdala. Getting into Amygdala. Again, ShoWTime doing a great job there at weathering the storm, at taking into his Tempest, of course. Breaking Solar. Now we're getting into game number 3. Here we go. Oh, good. Looks like ShoWTime does have to relog. Again, he was experiencing some latency issues previously, so hopefully everything's okay. There we go. Oh, good. ShoWTime is back. I'm just making the lobby. It's all good. Beautiful. Alright, we're jumping back into game number 3. The ace match is going to be on Amygdala. Amygdala, of course, has a much longer resistance by ground compared to compared to maps like Ultra Love. So longer resistance by ground, but the bases are more exposed, so there's that bit of a give and take here. Likewise, you can knock down those center rocks, you can reduce the time it takes to get from side to side, and that center goal base is also very exposed, but very lucrative base as well. So we'll see if either player tries to take the gold. Likewise, we'll see if either player tries to go for some kind of all-in and knocks down those rocks early on. We're here to find out. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? For Team Falcons, it is a Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing big BIG. It is ShoWTime. Here we go. ShoWTime random. Oh, if it shows random out of game, I do apologize. We'll try to fix that. I got you. Yeah. We'll fix that up. But he's random. He's Protoss. He is Protoss, not random. He's not that crazy. As we have ShoWTime going for the Gate Scout. He's moving out. Likewise, Solo going for his hatchery on location. So far, so good. Looking to be a hatch gas spool opener out of Solar. And ShoWTime will confirm. Again, I don't blame him. Remember, in game one, Solar did open up with a hatch block, so clearly showing that he's willing to mix things up in the early game. But ShoWTime will confirm. We'll confirm the setup. Nexus on the way, so gate expand into Cybercore, everything's looking normal, and we'll keep an eye on the tech of choice from ShoWTime. Again, last game, ShoWTime was just so efficient with his army, whether it came to his blink control, when it came to his storms as well. He was just shutting Solar down completely. And of course, eventually transitioning into that Tempest, into that Sky Toss, which was a nail in the coffin. Solar had no answer. He had no solution. He was kind of stuck on, Roach Lurker. He was all in. He had no economy behind it, or he had a subpar economy behind it, I should say. But we'll see. We'll see how things go this time. So we made it all the way to game 3. As a reminder, I believe the winner of this series has an opponent already. Yes, it is going to be Jeshi. Jeshi is waiting for the winner of this series. The Chinese Pro Tours player. So we have many other matches underway. We have our taker choice. It's going to be a Stargate. Stargate opener here at a ShoWTime should be an Oracle first, into a third, into triple Oracle. I don't see ShoWTime really deviating too much from that. Really, it's the follow-up, right? It's going to be the follow-up here. Whether ShoWTime once again goes for an early Twilight Council, whether he goes for a more well-timed Forge instead. It's going to be about what ShoWTime does in the mid-game. Same with Solar. As a reminder, last game, Solar, he had a really hard time holding on to his 4th. If you remember, ShoWTime, he denied it twice. Well, I guess denied the 4th base once and the 5th base once as well. Doing a great job of just containing and maintaining control of the economy of Solar. Well, Adepts, get across the map. Shade into the main. Two Adepts can one-shot drones. They shut down the Lings. And so far, Solar pulls away in time. Up! Oh, he comes back a little bit too soon. He'll lose 2. 2 drones go down. Ooh, just the 2 though. As Ling Speed kicks in and the final Adept should be cleaned up. Heading to the main. Getting another drone. 3 drones for 2 Adepts. Not bad. Oracle comes in. Queen's in position. Despite that, 1 drone will fall. Oh, the Oracle takes a lot of hull damage. ShoWTime has to be careful. Has to calm down. Pulls away. Behind this, taking extra gases. 3rd base is on the way. And this time, there is no early Twilight Council. By now, there would have been a Twilight Council for Blink, if you recall, in game 1. Here, we're going to wait a little bit longer. We're going to focus on probing, and we'll go for a more well-timed Forge plus Twilight Council in unison to line up those upgrades. Speaking of, there they are. There's a Forge, and there's a Twilight Council. Now, this could be one of 2 things. This can be +1 in Blink, or +1 in Charge. They both have their place. One can be stronger than the other, depending on what the Zerg player is up to. Ooh, Solar going for an early Bailey Nest. That I was not expecting. He's going for, I want to say, he's going to commit to a Bane Bust. Again, a Bailey Nest this early on is typically not seen, typically not necessary. Yep, he's flooding Links. Yeah, Solar's going, he's just committing. He's just going to be committing here to a massive Bane Bust. We'll see if he can break the 3rd. We'll see if ShoWTime can scout the Bailey Nest. Oracle dips in. Up. Goes to the stasis. And he will dip back. If he goes a little bit further, he's so close he does not see the Bailey Nest. Again, scouting a Bailey Nest is a massive tell because there's no reason for a Bailey Nest this early on. And here comes the Ling Bane. Specifically, here come the Banes. 8 Banelings morphing in, more Lings are flooding across the map. Adepts, they do shade, and he commits! He scouts, he sees the Bailey Nest, massive tell, Lings are scouted as well. ShoWTime knows back at home, we need to set up, we need something to defend here. No shield batteries whatsoever. No shield batteries, no static defense. There is another extra warp in here. Oracle sees lack of saturation. And we're gonna bust into the natural. It's gonna happen. The wall gets broken. Lings, they flood into the natural base. ShoWTime gets scouted, but has yet to piece it all together. And now he's going for the mineral lines, the natural and the main. Bailey's there waddling in. There's no way out of this. Ooh, massive connections. That's gonna be 24 probes going down. The splits were not there. They were not good enough. Lings wreaking havoc in the natural. Lings in the main. And from here, now Solar drones. Now he's droning up, going for the Cybercore as well. Won't quite get it, but does go for the probes. Getting as many as he can. 31 probes going down. And ShoWTime, well, what happened? He was caught with his pants down. He was caught completely with his pants down. He did scout the Bailey Nest, but as we saw, he didn't realize how much danger he was in. Wasn't able to react in time. We saw him try to throw down that gateway to wall off, but it was too little too late. And with that, ShoWTime's economy has been crippled. Losing 31 probes. And again, now Solar, he can drone and take up into the lair. From here, should be going into Ling Hydra. Should be taking into Hydras, taking extra gases. There we go, 2 more gases here at the natural. Lair is done. There's that Hydra that we spoke about. Going Ling Hydra. And from here, Solar still looking quite comfortable. He can drone, he can tech. I wouldn't be opposed to an infestation bit alongside this to start working towards Hive. ShoWTime is being active. It's time to do some counter damage. Again, the pressure is on ShoWTime. So be pushing in. Lings, they threaten us around. Stasis Trap runs out. Backup Stasis Trap on the way. Up! Ooh, Ling is denied. Clutch moves out of ShoWTime. Very clutch moves. But the Stasis will still be triggered. Solar once again setting up for... Ooh, collapsing on the army. Pull away. Preserve the Lings. Hydras are building up. Again, Ling Hydra can be a very efficient army against Blink Stalkers. Hydras are revealed. Lings, they try to trigger those Stasis Traps. Going for a counter attack. They get the shield battery and the cannon. They get both. Both do fall. They're just pushing forward. The Stasis. Oh, Stasis goes up. Nice connection. Nice connection on the army. Ooh, the Bailings, they get scattered. Cheeky move here out of Solar. Yeah, has to deny. Has to cancel. Solar pulling back. Pull away. Where Solar rotating towards the south. Headed towards the would-be 4th. And Solar. Jeez, that's a lot of Bailings. Bailing speed is finishing up. And Solar, he's going for the kill. He wants to break down at least the 4th. We'll see if he can. Remember, it's purely Ling Bane Hydra. There's no infestation bit. There's no lurkers. Solar, he's committing here on 69 drones. Nice. But he's not taking. He could if he wanted to, but he's not. And 0 upgrades as well. Solar's pretty committed with this. He's pretty all in. Bailing's going up. Maybe connection. Headed towards the army. Ideally going for the High Templar. Up. Storm is ready. And here come the storms. And again, ShoWTime, all he has to survive is hold. And they clean up all these Hydras with storms he can. Just need some well-placed storms. We get some better connections here towards the left. What? The High Templar, no! Oh, 1 goes down. Down to 4. Down to 4 High Templar. Hydras are busting into the natural. There's going to be 2 storms left. The Lings are going for the dive. Yeah, they dive in. They hunt down the High Templar. They're going down one after the other, and ShoWTime is being broken. He's being broken. Solar's nobody got controls. The other one gets across the map. The boys are being pulled. And Solar, he has done it. He's broken the army. No more High Templar. Stalkers. The 3rd base is exposed. And GG gets called as there's nothing remaining. And Solar will take the series 2-1. Will advance on to the round of 32. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here, Solar. He will qualify. He will qualify. Oh, sorry, qualify? What I meant to say was Solar will advance on, and ShoWTime, he will be denied Massive Coliseum 8. He will not be a part of the main event. He will not be a part of that major online tournament. My condolences. My condolences here to ShoWTime. Again, he's an amazing player, and he's deserving to be a part of the tournament, but the qualifiers... they're brutal. They are brutal, and unfortunately, his tournament run ends here in the qualifier. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Solar as he will advance on. And now we can take a moment to have a look at the bracket and to figure out where the hell we are and what we're doing next. Ay. There's a lot to go over. There's a lot to go over here. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. And we head on over to the lower portion of the bracket sheet. There's so much to go over. It's so daunting. More importantly, I need to very quickly figure out where we're headed. ByuN versus Lambo is currently mid-series. That looks like an amazing match, but I should stick with everyone else. Yeah. I should stick with Solar for now, just to make sure I don't get left behind or left out of a series. Okay, we're good. Here we go. Okay, from the top, we have a lot to go over. We have Baby Marine. Baby Marine is up against Creator in a TVP. Best of luck to Baby Marine and Creator as they face off in the round of 32. Scrolling down, we have DNS. DNS is waiting for the winner of that series. Waiting for that winner of that series in the round of 16. Scrolling down, we have Rogue. Or Rebellion takes down Mocha. Rogue takes down Rebellion. And Rogue is waiting for the winner of Ear and Flexi, as Flexi got a walkover over Nirko. We have Rex versus Qualifier. Oh, big win there for Qualifier. I was actually looking for that match. I was looking for that series. I was very tempted to jump in. But yeah, a bit of an upset. Qualifier takes down Bunny. Remember, if you're watching the qualifiers, then Bunny, he popped off. He had a crazy performance going to the ace match against Gumiho, and Bunny was able to take down Trap as well. Like, Bunny had a killer performance. So for him to be knocked out in the first round, I mean, that's how brutal the qualifier is. ShoWTime and Bunny are out of the tournament. They're out of Master Coliseum. Scrolling down, we have Rex versus Qualifier. Winner goes up against Ryung. Ryung takes down Geralt. Geralt, another big name that has since fallen in the qualifier. Scrolling down, let's see if we get some more updates here. We have, oh, I think I scrolled a little bit too far down. We have Lambo. Lambo takes down Fiant 2-0. Lambo's up against ByuN in the second round. Best of luck to Lambo and ByuN. Honestly, that's a really spicy TVZ. I was tempted to jump into that series as well. Technically, I was tempted to jump into Lambo versus Fiant, but I had to be there for ShoWTime Solar. I had to be there for them. To apologize for that. But Lambo and ByuN, the mid-series. Winner goes up against a Laser as Laser take down Smile 2-1. Went to the ace match. Big shout out to Smile. Smile, of course, he's the Chinese Zerg player, so there was an intense ZVZ taking place there. Scrolling down, Iba gets a walkover. Iba versus Mana, mid-series. Winner goes up against Shameless in the next round. We have some European action going on there, as all those matches are happening in the European server. Scrolling down, we have Skillus takes down Light. I believe that is the Romanian Light, or a different Light. Not too sure. Another Romanian Light. But Skills takes him down. Skills takes down Hatsu, and Skills is waiting for the winner of Trigger and Stray Stalker. Trigger's going to be favored there, so best of luck, as that's a lot of PvPs. I just realized. Mana, Iba, Shameless, Skillus, Trigger. A lot of Protoss players facing off. Iba does often play Protoss instead of playing Zerg against other Protoss players, so we'll see if that's the case. We'll see if that continues, if he's been embracing his PvP. Scrolling down to Solar. Solar's up against Jeshi in the next round. They're facing off against each other. That is going to be our next series, and I should start working on that. Beautiful. Solar versus Jeshi. Dead these. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Cristiano versus Ubu Thermal. Cristiano takes down Euthermal 2-1. A big win there for Cristiano. My condolences to Euthermal. I know that he woke up very early. He's in Mexico. He played at like 5 a.m. in the morning, so much love to Euthermal, but Cristiano will take it, will advance on in his stead. Scrolling down a little bit further, again, there's just so many results. Okay, scrolling down a little bit further, we have Nightmare. Nightmare takes down Goblin 2-0. Nightmare's up against Nicaract. Trap takes down Rice 2-0. Trap is waiting for the winner of Nicaract and Nightmare. So a lot of matches are ongoing. A lot of matches, a lot of high quality players as well. We'll be following Solar into Jeshi into Cristiano. We're going to be focusing on the lower half of the bracket. Oh boy, that is the plan. That is the plan. Catching up. Has SOS played in these tournaments recently? SOS, he retired. He came back for a little bit. Was it like in 2022? He came back a little bit. I want to say 2022, maybe early 2023. But he's retired basically. So fortunately, SOS, he is no longer active in the scene, unfortunately. Again, he had like a little stint, I want to say at some point last year, but only for a short period of time. As we're getting into our fresh series and sporting in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Jeshi. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series and who you think will advance on to the next round, to the round of 16. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. SOS is currently serving in the military. There you go. There you go. I know that SOS, he like retired and people thought he went to the military and then he didn't. He just, he just retired, then he came back. But yeah, might be in the military currently. It's possible. Let us see. But yeah, I'm just double checking, and yes. So SOS, he came back last year, and we saw him active last year in August. But I don't think we have official word that he did go to the military. So if you're in the chat and maybe if you're like active in like the Korean message boards or something, then maybe there was something said there. But I don't think we have official word that he's gone to the military. Because last we saw him was last year. So hard to say. But now though, we're going to be settling in. But now it's going to be Hatchgas full standard open out of Solar. Likewise, Jeshi going for a gate expand into Cybercore standard openers all around. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Jeshi, he is one of the stronger Protoss players in China. When I think of the top Protoss players, I think of Jeshi, Lancer, and Firefly. They're kind of like the trifecta in the land of China, and they're actually quite strong. They're quite powerful. They take down big Korean names. Do I want to say regularly? I would say like every now and then. Every now and then they can bring them down and bring them to their knees. We see that most often in WTL, in World Team League. But we'll see if we can pull that off here against Solar. So now we just see Solar going for his third. He was delayed for a moment, but not for too much longer. Solar does expand. And behind this, Jeshi going to be opening up Oracle. Let's go. Predictions incorrect? Oh, right. Sorry, my apologies. Hold on. I got you. As predictions are now open. Bam. Beautiful. Thank you for letting me know. Should be fixed. As we do have our setup here, Jeshi going to be opening up with an Oracle. Did start a Void Ray for a moment, but is now going Oracle. Oh wait, no, yeah. Void Ray did arrive. So Void Ray first into the Oracle. Now, when you go for a Void Ray opener like this, the goal is typically to deny vision, deny scouting from the from the Zerg opponent. And behind this, you can go for hidden tech. And there it is, Twilight Council. Let's go, Twilight Council. As the expansion gets placed, this feels like Glaive Adepts. This feels like a Glaive Adept follow-up here. And the hope is that it's hidden, of course, from the Zerg, from Solar, due to the Void Ray. Ooh, never mind. That's an early Forge. Huh. Okay. Okay, Jeshi. He's cooking. Let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. I'm actually uncertain as to what this is going to be. If there was no Forge, I would say Glaives. With the Forge, I'm leaning towards... Oh. Charge? This is crazy. This is wild. Is he going for a 2-base charge all-in with a fake third? That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. We'll see if he takes any extra gases here at the natural. He's going to be saturating his third base somewhat, at least with some probes, at least the mineral income. You see +1 is being chronoed to try to catch up with charge itself. And yeah, there's more gates on the way. Yeah, there's more gates on the way. He's getting up to 6 gateways already. Stasis goes up. Well, it doesn't quite connect. Stasis is denied. Here we go, Jeshi, he is going to be building up and getting ready for his charge time. You can see he's banking up his Zealots here, further back in the natural, trying to keep them hidden, and his goal here is to try to catch Solo with his pants down. As he's building up those Zealots. And he will soon pull the trigger. Back at home, Solo, what does he have to defend? Roach Warren is now done, just in time, so he has access to Roaches. He scouts, he checks the 3rd saturation, sees some probes, and will actually kill some. Oof. This is getting a bit out of hand. 4 probes go down. Nice damage by Solar. And again, that's a lot of Zealots. And Jeshi, he's revealed. Yeah, charge is revealed. Solar, he's Roaches as quickly as possible. Spine Caller's on the way. Taking this very seriously. Solar, he might be forced to cancel. Saving the 4th base. Might not be on the table. Might not be possible. As Roaches are still in production. Zealots say ignore the 4th. They're going for the Queens. The surround! No! They get a surround. Solar, he wasn't quite paying attention. Queens, they get caught out. Massive pickups. Yeah, the Queens will fall. Nice start here for Jeshi. Getting on top of the Roaches. Spine Caller's not done. Spine Caller not quite done. Void Ray going ham. More Zealots have arrived. Can he break through? Oh, it's close. Zealots are getting on top of the Roaches. There's 4 Roaches left. Getting up to 5. Boys are being pulled. Spine Crawler adding some DPS. The Queens get surrounded. And the Zealots, they wreak havoc. They break through. They shut down the Queens. The Roaches as well. They're getting to the mineral line. And we need more reinforcements. We need a little bit more. A handful more Roaches. That will be enough. Trying to get on top of that Spine Crawler. Ravagers do survive. Zealots, they rally and they kill the 4th, but the 4th doesn't matter. Keep going! Keep going, Bappy! As the 4th base does buy time, and Solar holds. It was a very, very tough hold, though, as Solar, he's down to 46 workers. He lost so many drones here at his 3rd. And Jeshi's in a good position. He's ahead economically. He's up in the economy. He's taking into double road production, double immortal. And again, like this looked like initially was going to be a good hold here, but Solar got surrounded. The Queens were left on their own. They got surrounded. And now Solar's all in. He's completely all in. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either Solar kills Jeshi or he dies trying. Only 1 shield battery. Nice force fields. Only 1 shield battery. Immortal pops out. Observers on the way. We need more Immortals. Void Ray doing what it can. Dodge the vials. But Jeshi, he's not quite ready for this. The counterattack has arrived. He's getting into the Immortal. Immortal is exposed. And Solar, with this all in, it looks like he might have too much. Jeshi did well, but I wasn't quite ready for this. It was caught out. Rovers are being depowered. They're being camped. Takes down the final Immortal, depowers the Robo. GG gets called, and Solar with the counterattack with the all-in takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A very intense game, and again, Jeshi did well for himself. I am of the opinion that I do think that Jeshi, I think it was a mistake that if you remember his reinforcing Zealots, they were on A move and they attacked the 4th base. I think that if he had, instead of attacking the 4th base, if he had actually rallied to the 3rd, he would have killed the Spine Crawler, he would have denied the Ravagers morphing in, and potentially he could have kept the all-in going and kept his push going and done even more critical damage and weakened the follow-up all-in from Solar. I do think there was an opportunity there, but alas, he settled for the 4th base and then he backed off and he was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. In the end, did good damage, but wasn't quite ready for that counterattack, and Solar takes a lead. Whew. Solar does take a lead. It was a cheeky build, though, from Jeshi, is what I will say. Very unorthodox. You don't often get it. You don't often see these crazy charge plus 1 all-ins, not at this level of play, and it almost worked. Did almost work. I can actually see a world where it did work as well. So a nice cheeky build there from Jeshi, and we'll see if he has something else up his sleeve. Again, as we mentioned before, Jeshi does often take maps I should say, from these players. A series is a bit of a tougher ask, but I want to believe he can threaten Solar. So we're getting ready for game number 2. Here we go. Getting ready for game 2. And game 2 is going to be on Neon Violet Square. Oh boy. It's going to be on the largest map in the map pool. Here's the largest map. As a result, we could see a bit of a different setup here. We could see Jeshi going for even something like a Sky Toss Rush. I can see that working. We have seen that work on this map, but we'll see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the Chinese Protoss player down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back. For Weibo Gaming, WBG, it is Jeshi. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have... We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Go. See someone in the chat from Argentina, papi. Yeah. What time? Is it like 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning in Argentina? Calm down, papi. Calm down. Good to see you, and I hope you're taking care. Cuídate, papi. Cuídate. As we do have Solo going hatch first, standard opener. And again, welcome one and all to Neon Violet Square. It is a very old school map. This map was in the map rotation back in 2017. Some of the big features, of course, is the pocket base. Now, this pocket base does have less minerals. It does have less patches. So usually you don't take this expansion until far later. You take it as a 4th or a 5th or a 6th expansion later on down the line. These other bases are much more valuable, and they're also quite defendable as well. And that's the big feature here, is that your 2, 3, 4, 5 base setup is relatively easy to maintain and hold on to. You can secure yourself quite well on a 5 base setup. Likewise, is a center gold that can also be gained access to as well. It is a little bit more exposed, a little bit more out in the open. But the map itself is very large, very long rush distance by ground. Of course, we have the squares themselves, the Neon Violet squares, if you will, the pachinko machine. This can make things quite awkward to engage. Certain size units cannot move through them. Tanks can't move through them. Thors can't move through them. Ultras can't move through them as well. These squares do kind of make things a little bit awkward for them, for those massive units. Likewise, they allow you to naturally spit and create these choke points. So they can create for some very interesting engagements and interesting fights around these squares. Until then, though, we are going to be settling in. We have our take of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener for Jeshi. Is going to be opening up Stargate. Now, because the pocket base still has 2 gases, despite the fact that there are less minerals, it does mean that we have seen some Protoss players just turtle up on 3 bases, take these gases, and rush into a fleet beacon into Skytoss. You know, rushing into Tempest or rushing into Carrier is viable here. Likewise, because of these gases, for the same reason, we have seen Zerg players rush into Muta. We have seen quite a lot of Spire play and quite a lot of Muta play on this map as well. We'll see if either player does head in either of those directions. Not even notice the squares block units. Yeah, we've actually seen that from time to time. The really awkward thing that we've seen is, for example, in TVP, when a Terran player, I guess TVZ as well, when a Terran player is reinforcing with tanks, the tanks have to go the long way around. So tanks are actually more delayed than bio reinforcements, because the tank has to, you know, go all the way and just snake around the squares themselves, because they can't actually go through them. Likewise, we've seen really awkward retreats from players as well, like a bio tank player trying to pull away, but the tanks get left behind. Likewise, with Lingbane Ultra having a really hard time engaging as well. So they can impact a fight, for sure. Meanwhile, we spoke about how we can rush into Skytoss. Yeah, there it is. Fleet Beacon. Let's go. Again, this is one of the more common strategies on this map. Stargate into Fleet Beacon, into second Stargate, into Skytoss. There's a reason why we brought it up before, because it's something that we've seen a little bit more often than some of these other maps. We see this more often on this map, Neon Violet Square. The other map where you see this is El Dorado. El Dorado is the other one. For similar reasons, because on El Dorado, depending on the early game, you can get a very secure third, especially if you expand where your opponent isn't on the other half of the wall. Likewise, early rushes, close rush distance by air on El Dorado. Meanwhile, Solar dipping in is going to be denied, but he does scouts. I believe Solar, yeah, he does get eyes on the fleet beacon. He saw everything he needs to back at home. Instant lair. Lair is on the way. Gases are being taken, getting ready for his Spire, getting ready for Corruptors or Hydras. Solar knows. And now the surprise factor is no longer there. No more surprise factor here for Jeshi. Didn't open Void Ray either, so he couldn't hunt down and deny the Overlords. I mean, that's also why usually if you do open a fleet beacon like this, you want to open Void Ray to deny the Scout. And the Scout was not denied. There was no Void Ray. There was the Oracle instead. And Solar, he sees all. He knows all. You want Tectonic Destabilizers on the way. Let's go. That will increase the damage and actually do bonus damage to buildings now. Increase their structure damage. For Spores, for Hatcheries. Regarding the Tempest, I should emphasize. So Tempest, they can do that much more. Tempests are revealed. They're moving out across the map. And I imagine they're going to be threading the main. They can specifically try to snipe the gases. Maybe the queens. You can see the queens rotating. Spore as well as repositioning. Solar, he's getting ready in the main base. Now, he doesn't want the Spore to be too far out in the open just because it can be sniped that much easier. You want it to be a little bit further back to lure the Tempest closer for the queens to actually come into play. So this is an okay position. Tempest moving in. Queens so far, they zone. Oh. Shots going up. Going for the Overlord. Clutch Transfuse saves the Overlord. Spore is going to fall. Will fall further back. Is saved. And again, Jeshi has to be very careful pushing onto creep. Otherwise, the Queen's going to die. Speaking of, they barely get one Queen. One Queen goes down. Solo going for a counterattack. Spire is on the way. Nope. Spore goes down. Lings attempting to break in, but there's a shield battery. Jeshi safe and sound. He's secure, taking that pocket expansion. But it looks like Solar, he's bought enough time. Again, it's all about buying time for the Corruptors. And there are 11 Corruptors in production. And once they pop out, he'll be fine. Or he should be fine. As the hatchery's under fire. So they're taking a lot of hits. Second Queen goes down. Tempest moving forward. Up to how many? Up to 6 Tempests. Here come the Corruptors. Yeah, now the Tempest has to get the hell out of here. Do we have a recall? Oh, no, we miss. Oh, we recalled 2 Tempest safety, but the other 3 are going to be going down. Massive pickoffs. Ay. And Solar, he will hunt down the Tempest. He can move out. Behind this, Warrior production has begun. And Solar didn't really lose much of anything. He lost, what, 2 Queens, an Overlord, 2 Spores. Behind this has been expanding, taking more bases, saturating. Has a solid economy. And he's going to hunt down the final Tempest. Ooh, at least we'll try to. Stalkers and Void Rays will zone away. Solar, he backs up. At the same time, he's up to 4 base saturation, 80 drones. His economy is looking solid. And behind this is going to be reinforcing with Ling Roach. Knocking down those rocks to get across the map. Specifically, Ling Roach Ravager can really support quite nicely. Those vials, they force Micro out of the Skytoss units. They do very nicely supporting. Speaking of, Ravagers are now morphing in. Forcing spray on the rocks. Jeshi is making his way over. Rocks are knocked down just in time. Now we can engage. Going for the dive. Takes down the Void Ray. Void Ray goes down. Gets a Tempest. Gets 1. Gets 2. And no more Skytoss units. Corruptors, they're a little bit less useful now, but they can just dive into the main. They can dive into the main. They can threaten some of the tech. They force a defensive warp in. Behind this, Solar taking towards Hydras. Hydras on the way. Caustic spray on the pocket base. And there's no saving it. The expansion is going to fall. Massive pickup. Nexus goes down. Solar is breaking through. Hydra's coming in to reinforce. Solar is more than happy to trade. Again, he's maxed out. He's maxed out at this point. He can throw some roaches away. Stutter stepping forward. Ooh, Bylzu connect. Jesh, he's in a lot of trouble here. Being pinned against the wall. Corruptors, they're going for the main. They're going for the main Nexus. They will get it as well. Nexus goes down. Solar pulling back, freeing up supply. Now replacing it with more Hydras. Lurker Den is almost done. And he's getting into Hydra, Lurker, Viper. He's getting there. Not there yet, but he's on the way. And Jeshi's just stuck with Blinkstalker. Like, there's nothing else here. There's no Immortals, there's no Colossus, no Disruptor, no Storm, nothing. Purely a Gateway army. I mean, it wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be supporting a Skytoss army, but, I mean, there's no Skytoss. Not anymore. It's only Blinkstalker. And this doesn't scale amazingly here. Slowless being forced back. Hydras have arrived, getting into Hydra speed. Some muscular augments still in production. Here come the first wave of Lurkers, and to be honest, there's just no answer. There's no answer to Lurkers. There's no Immortals, Archons, or Storm, or Disruptors. Once Lurkers get within range, as long as there is support for the Lurkers, Jeshi should be fine. Oh, sorry, Solar should be fine. Jeshi will not be. He'll not be fine, pa. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Nice time, though. He gets two. Gets two Lurkers. Oh, the surround! We come in for the surround. Stalkers, they have to engage. A lot of Stalkers going to be falling, and these are losses that Jeshi cannot afford. Not like this. Not like this, man. Oof. As bars connect. And Jeshi will lose the majority of his Stalkers. No detection, GG gets called, and Solar will take the series 2-0, will advance on to the round of 16. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar will take the series. Shout out to Jeshi for having some unique builds. And again, I do 100% see a world in game 1 where Jeshi wins, right? Like, Jeshi was so close to breaking Solar in that first game. Here in game 2, less so. Like, Solar, he scattered. He responded very nicely, very well. And from there, did it snowball into a win. And game 1 was far closer. Regardless, Solar would advance on. And, ooh, it looks like the entirety of the round of 32 is wrapping up. Okay, let's go. Exclamation mark and B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. As we maneuver our bracket over and we catch up on these results, we have Nightmare. Nightmare takes out Nickrat 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. Big shout out to Nickrat as Nightmare is up against Trap in a PvP. Scrolling up, we have Solar. Solar, he advances on the face up against Christiana in another Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Again, Solar, he's surrounded by purely Protoss. Jeshi, surrounded by ShoWTime, Christiana, Nightmare, Trap. If Solar wants to qualify, he has to rely on his ZVP matchup. Scrolling up, more Protoss. We have Skillless versus Trigger. Currently mid-series, we have Eba takes out Mana 2-1. Big win there for Eba. Now begins Shameless in that next round. Scrolling up, we have ByuN versus a Laser. Ooh, do we have that available to us? We do not. But it looks like ByuN took down Lambo, and now ByuN is up against a Laser in the next round. They're currently in game. Best of luck, as we won't be able to join them. Best of luck nonetheless, as we do scroll up here. So ByuN versus a Laser, it was a 2-0 in favor of ByuN versus Lambo. We had Qualifier take down Rex 2-0. Ryung takes down Geralt. Now Ryung versus Qualifier in the round 16. Scrolling up, we have Rogue. Rogue is up against Ear in the round 16 as well. And what are the upper matches? DNS. DNS is still waiting for either Creator or Baby Marie. There we go. So the round 16 is almost fully underway, followed by the quarterfinals, then the semifinals. Still have plenty of StarCraft ahead of us. Plenty more matches to come. Plenty more to come. Este está de aquí, papi. Oh my god. Good to see you, good to see you. Fala galera, papi. Fala galera. Buenos dias, buenos dias. As from here, we have our next round. We have our next series, Solar versus Cristiano. Let's go. The Tuna himself up against the Solar. Up against the Sun. Beautiful. As vetoes are underway. Here we go. Go. And so we are going to be jumping in. We have our vetoes done. We have our lobby. And we are getting into Cristiano versus Solar. Let's go. Looks like some of the casters are splitting up. They're splitting up. Splitting up into different series and different matches, but here we go. Oh my god, we're jumping into Amygdala. Jumping into game 1. I don't know where the other Chinese casters went. I don't know. don't know, papi, don't know. But here we go. We're jumping into our series and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala. We have... Oh. We might be remaking. We are on West. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat for our next ZVP. Again, Cristiano is a player that we have seen improve so much over the year. Has competed many a time in our tournaments. And we'll see how he compares to Solar. I'm a little bit anxious though, because I do know that basically all the casters were together covering the earlier matches. And then I saw a bunch of lobbies show up, and I think everyone spread out. And some casters may have been left behind. So I'm a little bit anxious. As the players, they just started the lobby. But hopefully we can all find ourselves. I'm curious, what is Crank casting? Where's Crank? Because he found a different series. I have no idea where he went. No idea, Pat. Regardless, we're going to be settling in. It's going to be Hajigaz Pool here, standard opener by Solar. Likewise, Cristiano back at home, just going for a standard opener as well. I'm opening up Crank's stream. Oh, Crank found ByuN laser. Oh, I'm so jealous. That was the one that I was hoping to get into before. Okay. But yeah, Crank, he's in ByuN versus a laser. Wow. He got lucky. I think he's friends with ByuN, so he was able to join him through the players. Crazy, crazy. All right, so if you want to tune into ByuN versus a laser, then Crank has you there. Has you covered. For now, though, we do have our initial Stargate opener. So far, so good. Now, Cristiano, when it comes to his prowess here in PvZ, what he's best known for, that is a more Immortal Archon heavy composition on 3 bases, where he plays a little bit more defensively. Sometimes he even intentionally delays his third in favor of an Archon-based opener, and then he slowly expands and builds up a heavy Immortal Archon count. This is a style that we have seen Cristiano use to actually take down some big Zerg names. Players like a Laser, players like Lambo, like Cristiano, he has been quite successful with with this style, and I imagine that's what he's going to go for here against Solar, at least at some point in this series. But we'll see. We'll see what he goes for. Adepts are moving out. They will go in the shade, shaving off some lings. Two shade into the main. So far, getting one drone. Oh, they didn't quite get another. Lings, they do surround. Nicely done there by Solar. He shuts down the Adepts. Takes down two for only losing one drone. Better trade here for Solar. Back at home, Cristiano, he will take his third. He will expand. So far, so good. He is going for a standard follow-up. Getting to his third base. Meanwhile, Lings are being active. Defending the bases here of Cristiano. And there's that opener. That's that follow-up. We have a Robo alongside a Twilight Council. Now, if you remember, I spoke about how we have seen Cristiano's preferred style, going for a very heavy very heavy Immortal Archon-based composition, going for his third expansion. I believe that's what we're seeing here. It should be Robo into into Twilight Council, late Forge into a Templar Archives. We should be seeing a Templar Archives into Archon production, into an Archon drop. I will confirm this with a Warp Prism. So we'll see. As the Oracles are zoned away, Lings, they hit the third. They get a nice surround. And Deck gets surrounded, forcing another warp in. Efficient trades here by Solar, forcing back the probes. And there's that Warp Prism, as we did mention. So it's going to be Warp Prism into a Temple Archives into Archons. At least that should be the case, if it's the build that we're thinking of. Yep, there it is. Temple Archives into Archon drop. So again, this is kind of like the Cristiano special. It's what he's very fond of, is what he embraces, and it's quite strong. It's quite good. I wouldn't even be surprised if Cristiano does this every game in this series. Just every game. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. Just going for the Temple Archives into the Archons, into Immortal. Into win. There are not too many others that really embrace this style. We've seen players like ShoWTime and Creator dabble in this every now and then. We've seen some of the other Polish Protoss players like Geralt dip their toes into this as well. But I don't think anyone relies on it as heavily as Cristiano. Everyone else, they mix it in like maybe, once a month or something like that. As the Prism does get across the map, here comes the Archon drop. Hunting down to the Overlords. And he will get... Oh, not quite one. Overlord does survive. Saves the Overlord. Cristiano dropping over the wall. Up! Doesn't quite get the Overlord. Gonna be zoned back. It's gonna be forced back here. Cristiano's still being active. He wants that Overlord. Oh, he wants it. Does he get it? He does. Overlord does go down. Nice pick off here from Cristiano. Back at home, he's building up that Immortal count. And again, ideally, he wants to build up towards like 6 to 8 Immortals. Wants to build up like 6 to 8 Archons, and then move out with a death pool of an Archon Immortal army. And with Storm as well. Meanwhile, we do see Solar going for Swarm Host. Very nice response. Swarm Host, they're ideal against a player that skips Blink. If there's no Blink, if there's no mobile ground army, then Swarm Host, they can pop up. So far, good response here by Solar. Archons, they do catch another Overlord. Just get the one. So Cristiano backs up. There's Vision in the main. Nidus Storm is just now going to be finishing, and we'll see where we throw down that Nidus. Ideally, Solar was to throw it down here outside of an expansion and try to knock down the third, or the natural. Solar has Vision everywhere. And there it is, Nidus Storm outside of the natural. You can see here these Immortals are building up. As you mentioned, usually Cristiano, he moves out with like around 8 Immortals, and he's up to 6. There's Rico back home. Nidus Storm does finish. Here comes the Swarm Host. And the Zelce will confirm.
Research is done. Let's hope you click the right one.
do confirm. Locust Wave towards the natural. Immortals trying to keep up. So far, the Immortals are in position. Templar are safe. Storm has not been researched. Bear that in mind. As the Locust Wave does nothing. But where is Storm? That's a key important part that we're missing here. Where's the Storm, Pappy? I don't think it's intentional that we don't have it. Because otherwise, like, that's a lot of High Templar, and where are the Storms? Oh boy. Like, otherwise Cristiano should be pushing here. Like, he should be pushing soon. Oh boy. As I think he's soon going to find out that he has no Storm. Otherwise he'd be throwing it down here and now. There we go. He sees. Storm just now begins. He just tried to storm the Locust. He realized he couldn't. Oh no. Locust Wave, they jump in. They go for the Immortal to get one. One Immortal goes down. He's going to get two. Oh, yeah, he gets two. Massive pickoffs. And that's actually a pretty big deal. Like, again, bearing in mind that he has 6 Immortals, from 8 down to 6, it does take away a lot of firepower here. And again, that shouldn't have happened if there were Storms. Meanwhile, Cristiano is being pulled apart. Storm still in the way. Cristiano, he has to rebuild those Immortals. Roche as they go for the dive. There's no shield battery. Another Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. And Cristiano's just being torn apart. Does abandon the Archons. Immortals are having a hard time trading. No. God. Yeah, he's just being dragged back and forth. Time and time again. Here come the Storms. They will lose 18, 20 probes. 20 workers go down. I believe that was like 4 Archon kills as well. Sorry, 2 Archon kills. Roaches were cleaned up, and soon Cristiano needs to move out. Now, ideally, like, he did want to hit a timing like a minute or 2 ago. So you could argue that maybe he's already missed his timing, and I might agree with that. It's hard to say. Locust Wave forced to be a little bit premature. Headed towards the natural. We'll get 1 Archon. 1 Archon goes down. Cristiano trying to commit. We'll catch out some of those Hydras. Decent Storm. Yeah, he's all in. At this point, Cristiano, he's completely all in. But there are now Lurkers to defend. Ay. Is there any detection? No shot. No detection. 0 observers. Observers on the way. And with that, the Lurkers, they just buy so much time. Now we have 8 more Lurkers in production. Spine Coolers as well. Again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. Nidus from into the main. Lings, they're just busting into every single base as well. Oh my god. Yeah, Cristiano just being pulled apart, being picked apart. Nidus from is denied. Cristiano pushing in. Oh, the Prism. Storm's going to be going up. Massive Storms on the army. And that's the final Storm. Well, there's 1 more Storm left. 1 more Storm left over. And again, you can see, like, Cristiano, he's pushing through. Like, he's trading well here. The problem is he can't reinforce, right? Like, the problem is that he has no more bank. This is the final wave of reinforcements. He has to push in. He has 1 more Storm. Up! No, the High Templar. High Templar goes down. He had a Storm available. Lings, they flood in. Okay, more High Templar. They come in to reinforce. Oh, God, the Immortals are so low. They're so low. Loses 1, loses 2. Can he get 3? Cristiano, no. Oh my god. Barely keeps the Immortal alive. And again, he has to keep going. How many Lurkers? There are 2. Oh, only 2 Lurkers, soon to be 4. And now this Storm. It's no detection. Oh, no detection. Once again, observers are on the way. 0 detection for Cristiano. He can't push in. Nice Storms on the Hydras. Lurkers say moving forward. And again, the problem is that this army from Cristiano is getting smaller and smaller. As another Immortal goes down. Oh, barely saved. But again, if Cristiano had an economy here at the third and had an economy here at the natural, then he could actually be making more immortals behind this. And he could be rallying immortals in. Like, he could even win the game. But, it's one of those things where he doesn't have an economy. Doesn't have that sustainability. Oh, the spine shots are brutal. Will break through the lurkers. Does he have enough? Does he have one more storm? Up, the Hydras. Are they going to top of the High Templar? 4 High Templar left. And it's barely not enough. And Solar holds. Solar, he holds on. Morphing in more lurkers. Another locust wave. Yes, all good. All good. As GG gets called, and Solar, he will survive, he will deflect, and he will take game number 1. GG. And yeah, that was what I was worried about. But GG, well played. Where is Rotterdam? So we're getting ready for game number 2. Getting into game 2, and hopefully we can get everyone involved this time. Beautiful. Okay. I'm getting to that second game. And again, like, imagine that kind of game state, right? Imagine game 1 with Cristiano actually having an economy, actually having some sustainability as well. With his third base, with his natural. I mean, he came close to killing Solar. He came so close to breaking him. So close. GG. GG. Stormhost is so bad, I don't understand how Dark makes them work. I mean, Solar made them work there as well. Like, again, Stormhost, they have their place. They're ideal in those kind of situations when there's no kind of like Blink Stalkers. There's nothing to really hunt them down and shut down the Night Swarms. As you saw, Cristiano, even though he was like holding against the Locust Waves, he wasn't really denying them. They were still popping up. They were still gaining value over time. And now here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. Here we go. Do you think Solar is passionate about renewable energy? He is the renewable energy, 100%. That's who Solar is. He's powered by the sun. It's crazy. He is the sun. Let's go. The question becomes, who shines more brightly? Solar or TY? That's the real question. Solar or TY, back. For those who don't know, TY stands for Taeyang, and Taeyang also stands for like solar in Korean. So very similar. Fun fact, TY and Solar, they were on the same team for a long time as well. They were on Splice. They were on Splice for a number of years. The Sun Boys. Crazy. Here we go. We are getting into our next game. We're getting into game 2. And again, Cristiano, like, we saw how effective that style can be. Fun fact, that's also this specific like build that Cristiano he's like utilizing. It really shows the effectiveness of Mass Immortal and how it can break through lurker lines anyway. I'm pretty sure this is one of the reasons why, if you're curious, the Immortal was nerfed. The Immortal was nerfed to this patch. Specifically to target PvZ. Specifically, I think Cristiano is one of the reasons why. Like, unironically, I think Cristiano is one of the reasons why he got the Immortal nerfed. because how successful he was with that style. And I mean, in general, a lot of Protoss players do embrace a heavy Immortal style anyway before they go into Skytos, just because, I mean, it can be quite effective against Lurkers. But in the latest patch, the Lurkers, sorry, the Immortals, their attack speed got nerfed by 10%, I believe. They have a lower rate of fire. As things, they collapse in. So far, they've taken shade into the main. Oh. Shading to the main base. I didn't quite get a drone yet. Getting two more workers here in the main. Not bad. 2 drones around. 3 drones. Let's go. 3 drones to 2 Fs. Not bad at all. Get 3 workers behind this. Calming down. Is going to be a robo follow-up. Interesting. Do we go for a Twilight Council? Now, if you recall last game, I was referring to this build, and I was even saying at the start that Cristiano, he would often delay his third. He didn't delay his third on Amygdala, but he will delay it here on Ultra Love. And again, this looks like a 2-base all-in. It's not. It's going to be robo with a Twilight Council into a Templar Archives, into an Archon drop, into a delayed third base. So this is not an all-in. He will take his third just a little bit later. And he's going for the same overall style. Like, the opener is different, but the overall, like, end goal is the same, and that is to build up that death ball of an Immortal Archon Storm army. Also, I should emphasize as well last game that, I mean, again, Cristiano did forget Storm. He did forget Storm. Without it, he had a bit of a harder time defending as well. And if you remember, he lost 2 Immortals. Remember, he lost 2 Immortals at the start because of the lack of Storm, and that could have also made or have broken the game for him. If he had those extra Immortals when he moved out, maybe he wins, right? Like, that's how intense that fight was. So Cristiano, he has to tighten up. He has to tighten things up here. There's that third, as we mentioned. Again, a delayed third, and we should be gearing up for an Archon drop. Should be gearing up for the Archon drop. Speaking of Archons, here they come. High Templar morphing in. Soon to be Archons. And they're moving out across the map. Let's go. Let us go. So Cristiano does head towards the main. Archons likewise, they do. Oh! Engage with the Queens. Bold move there from Cristiano. He has to back up, has to save those Archons. Has to save the Archons. It's an Overlord. Oh, Solo going to be responding with a Spire. Bold move. But I kind of like this. Once again, one of the big downsides of this build for Cristiano, no Blink Stalkers. And how to abuse a lack of Blink Stalkers. 1, with Swarm Host, as we saw previously. 2, with Mutas. Ooh, as he's going to force a cancel. Oh my god. Does deny the 4th. Nice pick off here by Cristiano. Does deny the expansion. Solo's going to be saturating his bases. Double drop into the main. Oh, Archons, they drop in, but so far they haven't really found too much value. Queens, they collapse on the army, going for the Prism. Up! Prism takes some hits. Prism does get away, does escape. Does manage to escape. Likewise, Lings, they rotate over, heading towards the natural. Immortals have been building up this entire time. How many Immortals do we have? We have so far 3. Is Storm done? Not yet. Hopefully this time we don't forget Storm. Storm is a pretty crucial part of this build. Meanwhile, oh my god, meanwhile 15 drones go down to the Oracle. The Oracle on its own! 15 drone kills! That's crazy! What just happened? The one Oracle, it just popped off. Queen's out of position, and just like that, Cristiano does take a worker lead. Takes an economic advantage. Meanwhile, did we scout? Did we see the Spire? That is the question. The answer is yes. The Spire has been scouted. We have cannons on the way, shield batteries on the way, Storm is building up. Now, the solution here to the problem should be that Cristiano's going to move out. No! But the wall's open. The wall is wide open. Lings, they flood in. They head towards the main. Not like this. Army has to turn back around. This will delay the push. At the same time, Roaches, they do hit the front lines. Mutas as well. Storm is not yet done. And he's headed for the main. Headed for the main base. Archon's trying to keep up. Cannons are buying time. Here comes the Archon drop. Cleans up the Lings. Forcing back the Mutas. And once Storm finishes, Cristiano should push. Should move out. As Phoenix does fall. Bit of miscontrol there from Cristiano, unable to react in time. Storm is now done. And the problem for Solar right now is that because he's investing so heavily in Mutas, it means that when this army moves out across the map, there's going to be that much less to defend. Like, there's barely any Ling Roach. Such a big commitment into these Mutas. And Mutas, defensively, they're less than ideal. Like, they don't really do much against this kind of army, against Storms and Archons. So I'm sure Solar, he's aware of that. He's aware that he's vulnerable to a counterattack. So he's trying to be active, heads towards the natural, going for the mineral line. Let's get some probes. 3 probes go down. Archons are keeping up. Ooh, Storm as well. Oh, he baits out a second Storm. The first did connect, not the second though. See Solar repositioning. He's about to max out. Dive in on the Prism. Prism goes down. And War Prism does fall. Nice big off on 2 of those Immortals. On 1 Immortal even. But Solar's being forced back. Not a bad trade here from Cristiano. He's holding on. And again, we're waiting for his eventual move out. For his eventual push. Phoenixes are keeping up with the Mutas. Solar ready for his own move out. Going for the natural. Mutas in towards the third. The wall's open. Oh my god. Hero! The wall is wide open. He dives right into the natural base. At the same time, Mutas, they catch some of the pieces. Some of the pieces do fall. Mutas, they dive in once again, catching another 2 Phoenixes. Another 3 Phoenixes. Ay, ay, ay. And again, Cristiano is being pulled apart. Cleans up most of the army. And now he should counterattack. I feel like now is the time. Because Solar, he just lost most of his Roaches. And this is it. This is the moment. Cristiano, he has to push here and now, and he may just snowball into a win. What is the army looking like? What does Solar have? He has 52 Lings, 0 Roaches. 0 Roaches for Solar. He has to go for the base trade. Oh, the control! The Phoenixes! Phoenixes, they are holding on. Again, he should just make sure he doesn't get caught out by the Mutas. Oh, speaking of, massive catch. 2 Phoenixes go down. 3 Phoenixes go down. Brutal losses here for Cristiano. And Cristiano, he turned around for a moment. Oh, that was a bit of an F2. That was an F2. The time is of the essence. He has to commit. As he has to move out. Mutas, they shut down the natural. They shut down the main. Army is moving out. Phoenixes, they're all cleaned up. Most of them, I should say. And you can see Cristiano, he's trying to defend. Trying to respond. Here we go. Archons, they turn back around. Ooh, massive Archon shots going up. Decent magic boxing, but some of the Mutas are falling. Storm's coming in as well. Oh my god. Yeah, good fight here for Cristiano. Does take a good fight. Zealots hit the third base, hit the natural, they hit the main as well. And Cristiano, it looks like he may have just done it. Lings are still wreaking havoc, but he has Zealots to defend, and now he can commit. And Solar has nothing to defend. He has only Muta, and the Mutas, they do nothing. They melt back. And GG gets called. Cristiano, he ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3. Again, Cristiano snowballed out of control. Solar, he lost too many Roaches. He lost too many Roaches too quickly. Because of that, he was vulnerable to a counterattack, and he committed. He did commit. And now we're getting into the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. See how this story ends here. So waiting for that final game to be made. Waiting for that final lobby. Whew. This fight was simultaneous. Yeah, there was a lot of chaos going on. There was a lot of chaos going on, Pat. Aye, aye, aye. It was very intense. I mean, you saw that Cristiano, he was struggling to defend. He was losing a lot of Phoenixes. In the end, he made the decision to come back home with his Archons, of course. That was more than worth it. We're getting ready for the final game. Meanwhile, it looks like the rest of the bracket is progressing. I just don't want to be left behind. Make sure we find our match. And again, this style from Cristiano should be what he does in Game 3 as well. Again, just going for a very heavy Immortal Archon-based composition with Storm, avoiding Blink, avoiding Blink Stalkers, avoiding Glaive Adepts, none of that stuff, avoiding Colossus. Okay, I got him. Here we go, we're getting into Game 3. It's going to be on Frostline. Whew, I was very concerned about missing the lobby. Very concerned. We made it, we made it. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Offside Esports, tying up the series 1-1. Can he claim it? Can he knock Solo out of Massive Coliseum? It is a Cristiano. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from South Korea, representing Team Falcons, being forced into Game 3. Can he bring it back? It is Solar. Let us go. I feel like Cristiano could have killed him earlier. It was if you remember, the thing that was holding Cristiano back and forcing him to stay at home was the wall. Or I should say, the lack of wall. If you recall, it happened twice where the wall was wide open and Sola slipped in with Lings, slipped in with Roaches, so that was delaying him. If it wasn't for that, if Cristiano had a much more secure defense, building up to that 3-base, like death blow of an army, then he could have moved out sooner. That is true. But he was delayed. And I mean, props to Solar, right, for finding those avenues of attack, for getting into the bases, getting into the mineral lines. I mean, Solar was all about buying time for him. Alas, he wasn't able to fully buy time enough to get into something like Lurker Tech or more Roach Ravager. And likewise, he wasn't able to get the damage he really wanted with the Mutas. Like, he was able to get some probes here and there, but nothing game-ending. Not until the base raid at the end. Here we go, we're getting into the ace match. Now, what I will say, unfortunately for Cristiano, is that Frostline is a very difficult map to defend on 3 bases. The reason for this, as opposed to the previous map that we just casted on, the 3rd base is actually very far away. It's actually very isolated compared to the natural. The bases themselves are just really spread out. They're much more spread out here on Frostline, so trying to be more defensive and turtle up on your 3 bases and build up that heavy Archon Immortal count, it's going to be a little bit more difficult on this map. Not impossible, but it is going to be more difficult than on other maps, for example. So we'll see if Cristiano can keep up and can maintain himself and tighten up his defense. Likewise, the rush distance by ground is longer on Frostline, so if Solo wanted to be active with his Ling Roach, it will take a little bit longer to get across the map. That is true. It will take longer to get across the map, but and I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue for him. We'll see. For now, Stargate. Stargate opener out of Cristiano, going for the Oracle. We'll see if Cristiano goes for the early 3rd or if he delays it in favor of the Immortal production. as it does move out. Also, another big moment for Cristiano, if you remember, was him killing 15 drones. Remember, it was 15 worker kills at the third, which was insane. The amount of damage Cristiano was able to deal. It was crazy. But that's just shading to the main. Oh, they get a drone. They get one. They get two. They get almost three. Can he get it? Not quite. Lings, they collapse in. They get a drone. Oh my god. He pops, he weaves, he shades out, heads into the natural, and he will get, oh, barely not another worker. Whew, that was close. Almost. Casito, baby, casito. Solar, he defends. Moving out. Oracle moves out as well. And Cristiano, he's staying on two bases. He's staying on two bases. There's the Robo into a Twilight Council into a later third base. Same build. Same build here, 2 games in a row. Again, this is Cristiano's go-to in this matchup. And he's beaten a laser in a best of 7. Like, like he's taking down some of the bigger Zerg players in Europe with this. And clearly, I mean, he took a map off of Solar. Can he take a series, though? That's the question. Can he take a series? We've seen Cristiano pop off in WTL with this as well. We've seen him defeat Solar, I believe, previously in WTL, in World Team League, with this build. And we'll see how far it can take him. As there we go. We have the Prism first. This is for the Archon drop. Temple Archives is done. Twilight Council is done. Temple Archives on the way. Into the Archons. Let's go. Now, if you're curious about what to do to counteract this, again, I'm not opposed to either Game 1 or Game 2 strategies from Solar. If you remember, Game 1, he went for Swarm Host. I did quite well with it. Game 2, he went Mutas, but he was hoping for more damage. The problem there was that the Spire got scattered, if you remember. Because he got scattered, Cristiano, he was ready for it. He had cannons ready in position. He had his Archon High Temple, I should say, in position as well. So the Mutas, we were really lacking that surprise factor. That's the big thing with Mutas, is that if they get scattered, then they're lackluster. If they get scattered. The other thing you could do, as I'd say, shade into the natural. 3 drone kills so far. Ooh, just 3. Not bad. But the other thing you could do is be hyper greedy tech-wise. Is you don't stay too long on Roach Ravager, but you rush into faster Hydras, into Infestation Bit, into Lurkers. And you can get Lurkers out in time for the first move out. Now, with the heavy immortal counts, Lurkers isn't the end-all be-all when it comes to defending. It's not easy, but that is something you could do. The Archon drop is deterred. Solar, he's cutting workers here at 58. Making more Overlords. Moving out with Roaches. Roach speed is on the way. And he's pushing. Okay, he's committing. Queens as well. He's getting ready for a massive move out. A massive assault. And Solar is going for an all-in. Just under 3 base all-in here. Just under 3 base economy. As he has no extra gas in the main. Less workers here at the natural. And he's committing. It's all or nothing for Solar. I'm curious how this all-in will hit, considering that there are already Immortals, but Storm is only halfway done. So the Storm will not be available initially against this army. High Templar! Oh no, he gets 1! He gets 1, he gets 2! Massive pick off to High Templar go down. And even with Storm finishing, now there's not gonna be Storm available. That could just be game. That could just be game then and there. That is huge to snipe 2 High Templar. Shield batters on the cannons are on the way. And here comes Solar. Again, it's all or nothing. Either he kills Cristiano or he dies trying. Ay, ay, ay. Storm finishing up in a couple of seconds. But the High Templar need more time. They need more energy. Roaches, they push in. The side defense is still not done. Cristiano, he needs more time. He needs more time here. The first shield battery is just now done. First Storm goes up. There's 1 more Storm left. Meanwhile, at the same time, Ling drop into the main. 17 probes going down. Oh my god. 19 probes. Hey, Cristiano, he reacted too late. He loses everything at the natural. Depowers the Robo. Massive Storm, though. Massive Storm connects. And there's the final Storm. Just going to be zoning. Meanwhile, Lings are still in the main. Wreaking havoc. They surround the Zealots. And I think Solar's done it. At this point, I think he has done it. He's crippled the economy, still active in the main. Going for the Archons, he gets one. He wants the other, he gets two. And now he can go for the Immortals themselves. Yeah, he will shut them down. High Templar are exposed. And Solar, he's snowballing out of control. It was a valiant effort, but GG gets called. And Solar, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Solar does take it here again. A very clutch move for Solar to move in with some lings. Hits the third base and he sniped 2 High Templar just before Storm is finished. And imagine that defense with 2 extra Storms. With maybe even more than that, by the way, because those 2 High Templar were already gathering energy. By the time Storm finished, they would have had full energy on those 2 High Templar. So there would have been a lot more potential for Storm, a lot more potential for defense, potentially a cleaner defense early on, which means Cristiano wouldn't have lost as many workers at the natural. Not saying it would have been a hold, but a higher chance, right? A higher chance of defending, a higher chance of surviving for Cristiano. Alas, with that, GG. GG, well played. Solo will take the series, and Solo will advance on. And the question becomes, where are we dropping? What is the next match? Oh my god, we are heading over to the Korean server. We're heading over to Korea because Solar, he advances on to face off against Trap in the quarterfinals. Non-stop ZVPs. Let's go. Meanwhile, Skillus takes down Trigger 2-1. My heart goes out to Trigger. I know Trigger was smudging a little bit yesterday. He was a little bit upset about not making it through the previous qualifier for good reason. Trigger came so close. He came so close to qualifying here as well. Gets knocked out in the round of 16. My condolences to Trigger. Did at least force Nagita to the ace match, but they could only be 1. As we head on over to the Korean server. Meanwhile, Eva versus Shameless still ongoing. Scrolling up, looks like we have some more updates here. Ooh, okay, Creator takes down Babe Marine 2-0. Creator, he's up against DNS in a PvP. Rogue takes down ER 2-0. Rogue is waiting for the winner of Creator and DNS in the upper quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Ryung takes down Arcfighter 2-0. ByuN takes down a Laser 2-1. And now we have a TVT between Ryung and ByuN. Honestly, that could go either way. That could go either way, papi. Oh my god, Ryung and ByuN, they are amazing players. Actually, you know what? I favor Ryung there. I do favor Ryung. I do think he has some very strong TVT. It is his best matchup. I have to give credit where credit is due to Ryung. So best of luck to ByuN. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth. It'd be great to see ByuN making it through, but Ryung is an animal. He is an animal, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, that series is about to begin, and technically we have a choice. We are being offered Ryung versus ByuN. We're being offered that series, but we're following Solar. You know, that's the plan here. We're following Solar into Trap. That is our next match here on the channel. Usually we try to follow players. Like if we start in a portion of the bracket, we try to continue that. Is usually how we do things here. So here we go. Now they pick on that high tempo, 100%. I would follow Solar into that. He will lead us into pure ZVPs. Non-stop Zerg versus Protoss. But with that, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. Solar and Trap, they are currently conducting their vetoes. Once they are done, we will be jumping on in. As a reminder, this is a quarterfinals match, and the winner will advance on to a qualifying match. That's the semifinals. That is where you qualify. Oh boy. But whoever does win the series might have some downtime, because as you can see here, Eva still up against Shameless, then into Skillus as well. So there's still some of the... It looks like Eva versus Shameless taking a little bit more time. They are holding up the bracket a little bit. But now that we're going on that break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. See you soon. we are back. Oh my god. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I do apologize, but unfortunately, I did not make it into the lobby. Unfortunately, I did not quite make it into the lobby. The game did begin without me, but a shout out to Rotterdam. A big shout out to Rotterdam, as he previously actually shared, well, I guess he was casting from our stream. Now it's our turn to cast from his stream. Aye. So I do apologize for that. But I should be there for at least game number 2 as we are jumping into game 1 here of this EVP. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Unfortunately, players are just real quick to start lobbies. They're real quick to start lobbies. The lobby was posted, and I clicked on the link, and they already went in game. they already went in game, so was not able to join in the end. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But it's all good. It's all good. Again, shout out to Rotterdam for sharing his stream with us. And again, we shared our stream with Rotterdam earlier, so you know the give and take. The give and take. How is live VIP still casting after this? We cast every day, but what do you mean? We cast every day. Every day, papi. You can't stop us. You cannot stop us. Even when we don't cast a day, we do. Even when we don't, we do. Let's go. For now, game 1 is going to be an El Dorado. Interesting map choice, might I add, by the way. We often see this map vetoed. It's very rare to experience El Dorado, so I'm happy to see it here in this EVP. Do have a Solo just going for a hatch gas full. Standard opener is going to be mining through the middle patches and taking the triangular third base. Okay, so he's mining and going to be expanding towards the southern half of the map. Meanwhile, we have Trap going to be going for a Stargate opener. Okay, going for a Stargate, standard stuff. Ooh, I say standard. Trap, he's going to be going for a Void Ray first. Okay, it's going for a Void Ray opener. Again, I apologize for not having in-game sound. Again, I'm not in-game, so no in-game sound. We'll have to enjoy without those sound effects. At least for game 1. It's all good, it's all good. At least for the first game. Meanwhile, from here, we do have our adepts getting across the map. They will threaten the shade. They do make their way in towards a natural, and we'll see if Solar can keep up. And again, the Void Ray is designed to deny vision, to deny scouting. So that Void Ray opener, I'm curious if it's for a reason or not. Now, you can just mind game and just open Void Ray and then just go into a standard build and just try to make your opponent overreact or just give them some insecurity within themselves. Or it could be for a reason, and we could see a Fleet Beacon into like a Tempest Rush, for example, which we have seen before in El Dorado. Like we have seen it in the past, so I'm not pulling that past Trap. But now Void Ray into Oracles. The Voiders are hunting down those Overlords. Are going to be hunting them down. We'll hunt them down. Void Ray rotates. Oracle's on the way. Second Oracle even. So it looks like, yeah, standard opener. So Void Ray into double Oracle. Adepts are going to be threatening Shades. And it's going to be up to Solar to keep up with the harassment and to maintain himself. So far, so good. But also, hello, Holy Lime. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, you can count on us to be live, even when we shouldn't be. Like, oh, no. Oh, no. It did feel good going to sleep after Cheesedelphia, though. Not going to lie. And I do also have a little bit of regret as well. Like the Cheesedelphia cast for the most part was good. I think I was a little bit out of energy at the finals. I'll be honest. I think it was a little bit out of energy. And for the finals, like I felt a little bit bad about it because you know it is the finals, right? You want to be the most hyped, the most energetic. You know, maybe I should have had some coffee or something. Maybe that would have been better. 100%. For next time, I'll try to make sure like I do something like that, just to make sure I'm good to go. You know. But now though, Lings, they slip in. Ooh, that should not have happened. 2 probes going down, meanwhile across the map. 5 workers do fall as well. Workers going down all around. It was a good stream. Yeah, it was good. It was like, I think overall it was a good stream, but like, I'm talking about the finals specifically. I think the finals specifically, I was a little bit out of energy. But Adepts, they do get across the map. Shading into the mineral line. So far they trade against the Lings. They do get 2 more workers. We get some okay damage here. Likewise, the Queen's having a hard time keeping up. And we're not done. We're shading in towards the natural, towards the main even. Lings having a hard time. More drones are falling. And this is getting a bit out of hand here. Getting up to 5, getting up to 6, getting up to 7. Do we get 8? Do we get 9? Do we get 10? No, okay, 8. 8 drone kills. Very nice damage dealt by Trap. Again, adepts that don't scale well into a longer game state. You can see here the units also have 8 adepts, 2 workers for quite a lot of drones. Quite a lot of workers do fall. Meanwhile, the wall's wide open. Oh my, hero! Meanwhile, the wall is wide open. Lings, they flood in towards the natural. Getting a couple of pro kills, getting 4 worker kills, not bad. 7 worker kills even. 8. 8 probes going down, 9, 10. Oh my god, speaking of things getting out of hand, 11 probe kills. This should not have happened. 11 probes falling. For what? For a wall being wide open. For the door being open. Chatfield's being hospitable, papi. Solo took advantage of him. Not like this. 11 probes. Behind this, we do see Solar investing into a Roach Ravager-based army. Roach Ravager composition. Moving forward with his queens. And I believe Solar has yet to take up any further. There's no 4th base. There's no Hydra Den. We're still very much so mid-game oriented. Likewise, so is Trap. Army's going to be clashing. Trap moving in. Solar getting supply blocks. Ooh, that's 6 overlords on the way. 7 overlords on the... A laser. 7 overlords on the way. Ay. To try to break out of this. Was a hefty supply block. As it just not finishing up. Was it 7 or just 5? Regardless, overlords nonetheless. To have Solar now taking up. Now he's droning. Soon to be getting a 4th base. Oh, sorry, I believe he did get the 4th. As the gold. Throwing down the Hydra. And working towards Hydra Lurker Viper. It is getting there. There's no in-game sound. Unfortunately, we're not in-game. Unfortunately, they started without us, so I'm streaming from a stream. I'm not in-game at the moment. I should be in-game for Game 2, but that's why there's no in-game sound. Just as a heads up. Yeah, the gold base has been taken. We can see a Solo taking in towards a Hive and towards a Lurker Den as well. Okay, so that's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It happens. It happens. When it comes to especially qualifiers, players, they just want to play. Like players, so when they make a lobby, they like post it, they like wait a couple of seconds, and then bam, they just start. Like, and if you don't join in time, then you don't join. I don't blame them. You know, they just want to get into their games and want to play their matches. They shut the door in Lattes. Well, I mean, it was the last series where it happened to Rotterdam. Like, Rotterdam, he was streaming our POV because he was left out. And now I'm streaming Rotterdam's POV as we were left out. We reciprocate. Feels bad, man. But for now, we do have a Solar slowly pushing forward. Again, getting into his Roach Ravager Hydra. Did have the Lurker Den, but no Lurkers yet. Oof. Spiles don't quite connect. Trap pushing away. Building up. Oh, Neo! ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, papi? Oh my god. Abogado Neo. Avocado. As Solar does max out. Now, bearing in mind, Solar has an inefficient army supply. He's mainly relying on Roaches, less so on Hydra Lurker. So the soup does lie. Despite being maxed out Trap, he can take the fight. Likewise, he can fall back to those stasis traps. Speaking of, that's a lot of stasis traps. The power of the energy overcharge. Stasis goes off, Lings get caught. And this will slow Solar down. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Trap. Building on more Stalkers, taking in towards Robo, towards Charge, +2. Lurkers are trying to break in. They're trying to. Another stasis going off. And this time on less Lings. Disruptor production has begun. I was waiting for that take of choice, whether it was going to be Colossus or Disruptor. And the Lurkers are still trying to gain ground. Still trying to push in. Oh. Moving on forward. Yeah, Solar, he is getting into that mineral line. The Lurkers are gaining ground. Not bad. And with that, the expansion, it's going to go down. And Trap is going to be contained onto 2 bases. Trap, he needs a space, needs this expansion. He's fighting for it. Nova goes off. Connects with the Lurkers, but the base will go down. And so he doesn't have to push in. All he has to do is contain. He does not have to push into the natural, but he will. So they're pushing forward into Purification Novas. Nova's going up. Gets a lurker. Solar's calming down. And from here, he can just back off, get a Hive, and tech into Vipers. We can see Trap trying to rotate towards the north side, but Solar, he's already remaxed, he's already pushing in. And he catches out the Stalkers. No, where are the Blinks? Oh my god, Trap asleep at the wheel. He was distracted. GG gets called, and Solar will take game number 1. GG. Aye. GG, well played. Solar does take the first game. Again, oh my god, Trap, he was pretty well set up defensively, but we saw that it took a little bit longer to actually tech up in towards Disruptors, in towards his further tech. He was stuck on Stalker for a long time. Didn't help that he got caught out there in the center of the map either. That was a brutal moment for him, but GG well played. Solar does take the first game, and now we're getting ready for game 2, and this time, I'm ready to join. Oh, I'm ready to join that lobby. We're in. We're getting it. Hi. Don't leave me behind. Por favor. I have to say thank you to Rotterdam. Okay, beautiful. Whew. Here we go. Now we're getting into game number 2. And this time, we can actually hear the units, Papi. Oh my god. The ears are open. Let's go. Let us go. Immortals. I feel like it's such a stark contrast, right? Because what you're referring to, and I'll get rid of the pinned comment here. But what you're referring to is like the stark contrast of someone like Cristiano, who makes almost purely Immortal, and then Trap, who went almost purely Blink Stalker. Like the contrast, Papi. Let's go. We need to merge these two Protoss players into one. It's gonna be crazy. What do we call him? Max Packs. As we're settling into game 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The Red Zerg representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, so top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from South Korea representing Genji Esports. It is a Trap. We go. We have the trumpets, we have the in-game sound. It's amazing, it's beautiful, and we're settling into Ultra Love again. Ultra Love has a relatively short rush distance by ground, but the bases themselves are a little bit more fortifiable. They're a little bit more defendable. We'll see how our players will approach this, as so far Solar is going Hatch, Gas, Pool. Standard opener out of Solar. Sorry, I was just opening the window. It was getting a little bit hot in here. Tell you, the summer weather, Papi, it's brutal. Oh my god. Like, my room turns into an oven in the day. which doesn't help when you're trying to sleep during the day, because you cast all night. It's like, it doesn't help. All good, we're settling in. Likewise, gate expanded to Cybercore, standard opening out of Trap. Now, as a reminder, last game, Trap did open up Stargate into Void Ray, into Oracle, into Mass Blink Stalker, very Blink Stalker heavy. Eventually, he was transitioning into Disruptors, but again, he was heavily reliant on essentially purely Blink Stalker. We'll see if Trap does go for something different here. I do apologize, because last game, I didn't get to see the build of choice, because it's possible that maybe Trap was going for an 8 gate. I wasn't in game to see the building numbers. I wasn't able to see the gateway count, but I would imagine, especially after what happened, is maybe he was going for an 8 gate and things got out of hand. We'll have to double check. For now, though, we're settling in. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Trap. Here we go. Likewise, third base being thrown down for Solar. He's getting his third. Trap did force the triangular third base out of his opponent. will make it a little bit easier for the oracles to rotate between the bases to harass. And we'll see what Trap can get done. Oracle's on the way. Solar is maintaining himself. So far, so good. This time, Oracle first, not a Void Ray. Go. Solar does poke in. Can he delay? Oh, he can't quite delay the expansion, but he will get a probe. One probe goes down. We're even forcing the activation of the Pulsar Beam. Not bad. Wasting energy. Pretty good pick up here by Solar. Behind this, making an extra wave of Lings, joining up, saturating his bases. And we have yet to see the tech pull up here from Trap. Whether he goes into Blink, +1, into Charge, into Glaives. If it was Glaives, we would have seen the Twilight Council by now. Oracles, they hit the natural. In 2 more drones. Get 2 more workers. That's going to be fast Evo Chamber out of Solar. Interesting. Now, typically, if a player rushes into an Evo Chamber like this, it should be +1 melee. +1 melee into Ling Hydra, into skipping too many roaches. So I'm curious if that's the case for Solar. If he does, go for that melee upgrade. Meanwhile, back at home, yep, speaking of, there's melee. So it is going to be very Ling heavy. This leads into Hydras. Typically, we skip Roach Ravager. And this can lead into Hydra Lurker Tech as well. So basically, Solar's cutting corners. He is cutting corners. He's going to be vulnerable to mid-game aggression. Twilight Council is done. No Forge. Okay, there's a Forge. For some reason, I thought there was one. Forge is done. +1 is on the way. It's going to be +1 and Blink. Okay, so once again, a Blink-heavy start here from Trap. Getting up to 6 gates on 2 bases. Sorry, on 3 bases. On 6 gateways. And we'll keep an eye on that gateway count. Ooh. As one of the oracles does fall. Nice pickup. Roach Warren's on the way. This should be a safety Roach Warren, so in case Trap does commit to aggression, then Solar can reactively make Roaches. As Lings, they do hit the 3rd. Going for the mineral line. They get us around. That shield battery is going to fall. Likewise, Trappy gets into the mineral line. Gets 5 drones. Not bad. Gets 5 workers. Doesn't commit to the shade. Lings across the map are shut down. Trap does defend. So far, so good. He cleans up the Lings. He gets damage done across the map. Adepts are going to be surrounded, but again, they don't scale well into a longer game. And how many gates are we on? Still 6 gates. And still pure Blink Stalker. Okay, now he's taking extra gases. Now, with these extra gases, he can actually afford further splash damage. Whether it's Storm, whether it's Disruptors, he can take up. Meanwhile, we spoke about Solar, very Ling heavy, into Hydras, as I did mention, is making some safety Roaches just to be safe, just to be secure. But he shouldn't really stay on a Roach heavy composition. And we have the splash damage of choice. Templar Archives. Storm. It's going to be Storm, not Disruptor. Storm's going to be on the way. Solar, he threatens to dive. Hydras are building up. Trap going to be applying some pressure here. Trap should be taking a 4th base soon, might I add. So he has yet to expand. 3 more gates, getting up to 9. Getting up to 9 gateways on 3 bases. Taking into Storm. Perhaps they get across the map. Still waiting for that eventual expansion here from Trap. There we go. Probe is on the way. We'll take the 4th. And because Trap is teching, that means that Solar, he is free to max out. I was waiting for the infestation bit. Now, this tech is late. I do think that Solar could have afforded a faster infestation bit, but I mean, hey, he denies the 4th anyway. That's all he has to do, just deny the 4th base. He's gonna dive in. Storm is not ready. Oh, Storm is barely not ready in time. High Templar exposed. He gets 1. Forces an Archon. There's 2 High Templar left. And Solar, he's going for the kill. Does he have enough to break the 3rd, though? He is running out of roaches. And that was his buffer. Running out of roaches. Hydra's becoming that much more exposed. Storm is done. He has to get the hell out of here. As there's another Storm. Solar, he backs up. From here, he can retreat. And again, all he really had to do was deny the expansion, but no, he's coming back in. Up. Another Storm, though. There is another Storm. There's the Hive. There's the Lurker Den. Solar's taking up. Solar's staying on a very low drone count. Bear that in mind. Just now droning up. So he was quite committed here. He's just now getting up to 72 workers. Moving up to 78. But yeah, now Solar's droning. Now he's saturating. He's calming things down. At the same time, Trap throwing down his own fleet beacon and getting ready for Sky Toss. So really interesting kind of game state coming into this here. They hit the 4th. Likewise, Lurker's morphing in. Trap, he's threading a dive into the main. Solar does spot this. He's ready. Does he have any Vipers? No. No Vipers, just Hydra Lurker instead. Scout into the main, reveals the Sky Toss, reveals the Fleet Beacon. Solar's trying to keep up. Just trying to. Like this out, sneaking up with the prism. Well, he will snipe. Trap. He left the prism a little bit too idle, a little bit too close to the edge. Gets shut down, and now Solar can move out. And can Solar break the 4th? He's pushing in. How many lurkers? 10. 10 lurkers for Solar. Going right down mid. Storm's going up. Trap having a hard time engaging. He's zoned away. He's zoned away from his own 3rd base. Oh no, the spine shot's going up. Ooh. Take down a High Templar. Force the recall. Very nice recall though. He has that High Templar. He storms once again. Mothership coming in. Limited anti-air. Hydras, they will barely get the Tempest. Let's head towards the 4th expansion this time. And likewise, the main army not quite in position. Solar, he rotates. And he will get on top of the expansion. But can he bring it down? That I'm not so sure of. Yeah, he won't be able to. Has to back off. Trap defends. Trap he holds, and Trap, he didn't really lose any workers. His 3rd base, his 4th, are safe and sound. But he did lose a lot of his army, though. That's true. Here, he lost 3 Immortals, 3 High Templar, 11 Stalkers. It was a rough trade. High Templar once again almost caught out. Solar thinking about that dive. Backing off, now getting into investing into Corruptors. He's on 81 drones. Vipers would be ideal, but no Vipers yet from Solar. Just Hydra Lurker Corruptor. Has to back off. Trap is stabilizing. Again, thankfully didn't lose any workers, so he's still looking quite strong economically. Getting another expansion. Trap just needs a little bit more time here to really gather forces or get support for his army. He's on how many Tempests? He's on 3. Soon to be 5 Tempest. He has just the 1 Archon, 7 High Templar. Ideally, more Archons would be ideal for this army. Needs a little bit more support. As Soul is maxed. But Sola cannot push through this ramp. Cannot push through that choke point. Rotating around. Looking for another way in. Rotate. Solo likewise trying to collapse in the army. Storm's going up. Oh my god. And Storm's on the lurkers. The Corruptors, they go for the dive. They hunt down the Mothership. Mothership does go down. And it looks like Sola, he may have just done it. Storm's will zone away. There's 3 Tempests left. Down to 2. Up. Down to 1. Yeah, 1 Tempest remaining. Are there enough lurkers? There are. There are enough lurkers. From here, he doesn't have to push into the natural. He just head towards the 4th instead. We do have some Archons here to defend, though. Not too many Hydras at the same time. Trap going for a massive Zealot Rabbi will take down the base. But Solo, he should break down the 4th. This time the Nexus should go down. Yes, there are just so many lurkers. Jesus. I mean, likewise, Trap does take down an expansion. And he's going for a counterattack. But this is barely an army. It's barely an army. Solo, he can remax once again. He can just keep this going. The High Templar. No! They got left behind. The High Templar go down. And this is all the Trap has left. A handful of Stalkers. Not like this. We have Zealots moving out. Well, High Templar warping in. The lunge. Can't quite keep up with the Stalkers, unfortunately. I appreciate it, though. Solo, he saves the expansion. Going for a massive counterattack. Going for top right. And he will take down the 4th. Sorry, the 5th now. 5th base is going to fall. And yeah, Trap, he has been broken. Just cannot keep up. Not anymore. We've just denied the 4th base for so long. Nice Storms. Oh my god. Hydras, they try to break their way through, and they will. Not the cleanest of fights, but GG gets called, and Solar, he will take the 2-0, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. Solar, he will take it. This was a very awkward game, is what I will say. Both players were kind of staying on a mid-game setup for quite some time. If you remember, it took a long time for Solar to drone up more than 66. On 66 workers, he moved out with Ling, Hydra, Roach, and he was able to at least delay the 4th base. Following that, he had a harder time breaking the 4th later on. We saw that Trap was able to hold on, survive, try to get into Skytils, but wasn't quite able to get there in time. Wasn't quite able to max out, and with that, GG, well played. Whew. Do we have our next series? It looks like we have a match happening over in the European server. Okay. Catching up here, looks like all the round 16 is concluded. We have purely round of 8 matches. Purely quarterfinals left. There are 3 matches ongoing, and I'm going to try to find one of them. Okay. Here we go. As we switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket itself. Okay, from the top, I guess from the bottom. So, Sola takes the 2-0. Sola, he advances on the face-off against either Eba or Skillus. Eba and Skillus, they are currently mid-series. They're facing off, and I believe they're being casted by Steadfast. Let me just double-check that. But I believe Dave is covering them, and they're in Game 1. Oh, they just started? Interesting. So, they're in Game 1. That means we can join Game 2. That means we should be there for game number 2 and potentially the ace match as well. So Steadfast is all over that. Meanwhile, let's scroll on up. Scrolling up to the upper half, we have ByuN versus Ryung that is still ongoing. I believe most of the other language casters are covering Ryung and ByuN in that TBT. Likewise, we have DNS. DNS takes down Creator 2-0. Big win there for DNS. The French Protoss takes down Creator. He's up against Rogue in the upper quarterfinals. Best of luck. Best of luck to DNS and Rogue. Best of luck to Ryung and ByuN. They're all going to be facing off, eventually working towards that qualifying match. Meanwhile, we are focusing down here in the lower half of the qualifier. We're going to be focused on Eba and Skillus. Again, they're currently in game 1, which means we will join them in game 2. We'll join game 2. And until then, we have some downtime. Until then, we have a little bit of downtime here. I believe Eba's playing Zerg, I think. I think he is playing Zerg. Beautiful. As we get ready for what comes next. And we're nearing the end of the broadcast. We're nearing the end of the qualifier. Looks like we have 2 matches left. We're going to be casting Eba versus Skillus. We're going to follow that into Solar. And if we have enough time, if the upper matches are a little bit slower, then we might be able to catch the upper qualifying match as well. That'd be the ideal, to cast both qualifying matches. Otherwise, we'll only cover one if the upper matches are a little bit faster. So that is the plan. Just catching up. Just catching up. Not yoinkable is huge. I mean, maybe that's why Solo just didn't even bother with Vipers. Like, he didn't even make any Vipers that game. Just committed, Pappy. Oh, meanwhile, speaking of, looks like we have our next game. Alright, beautiful. Okay, we're jumping into game 2. Skillus is up 1-0 as we are getting to game 2 between Skillus and Eba. Let's go. Game 2 is going to be on King's Cove. I believe game 1 was on... I almost said Altitude. The other one. Frostline, that's it. Frostline. I've been thinking of Altitude too much recently. Oh, no. But here we go. We are jumping in mid-series into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove. We have the red Protoss player. Representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Skillus. Nikita. Altitude, not like this. Yo, it left a mark on my soul, Pappy. It left a mark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as well, we have the blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of the UK. It is Eva. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. We are mid-series, bear that in mind. But predictions are open nonetheless. Best of luck. Best of luck. PVZ. I was saying that it was possible that Eba could be playing Protoss. He has been playing a lot of Protoss recently, especially against other Protoss players. But here he is playing his off race, his Zerg race. Cap. So here we go. For the time being, opening up hatch first. And Skillus is going to be going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Here we go. So standard openers for the time being. When it comes to King's Cove, it is very secure on 3 bases. Your 3rd base is on the high ground, on the same point of elevation as your natural. We have all these ramps. We have all these ramps and choke points, I should emphasize. So very defendable 3 bases. The 4th base, though, is more exposed. Whether it's the center 4th base or the base on the left-hand side, it is a little bit easier to engage from multiple angles of attack, and the defending player can have a harder time protecting this location if they don't have map control. That's the big if, though. If a Terran or Protoss or the aggressing player is able to be in your face, then they can freely expand behind it despite how exposed the bases are. Which we have seen from time to time. Otherwise, for the time being, we're going to be moving out for our scouts. Skillous gets eyes on the natural base. We'll be able to delay the 3rd as well. Uh-oh. Yes, the probe's on the chase. Ooh, the drone will slip by, and the expansion will be taken. Or will it? The probe gets here in time. Can even pylon block? Does Eba go for the unnatural 3rd? He may go for the low ground expansion, which again is going to be a little bit awkward to defend, but I mean, maybe forced to. Eba needs a couple more seconds. There's the hatchery. There is the expansion, again on the low ground. We'll see if Skillous can abuse this. Moving out with the Adepts. Behind this, Stargate Opener into Oracle. It's going to be into Oracle. There we go. Let's say throw in the shade. Getting up that 3rd. It looks like CLC won't quite commit with the Adepts. Is more concerned with safely expanding and getting his 3rd base. I didn't get to see what happened in game 1, so I wasn't too... I don't know how aggressive Eba was when it comes to denying that 3rd base, but Skillous just playing very safe. Just really safe play here out of Skillous. Not being too active with the Adepts, keeping them at home. Likewise, Oracle dips in, and hasn't gotten much damage yet. 2nd Oracle's on the way. And Skillous, he will get the 1 drone, gets 2. 2 workers go down. Behind this, Twilight Council on a Forge, working towards +1 and Blink. And we'll see what Skillous does embrace. So far, Eba, he's holding on, he's keeping up. So he's holding his own pattern. Now moving out with 4 Adepts. Ooh, going for a charge follow-up. Okay, Skillous being a lot more assertive. We're going to be in the face of his opponent, of Eba. Adepts a 3rd in the shade. Doesn't quite commit. Not yet. Oracle towards the natural. Queens are trying to keep up. So far, so good. He's holding on. We'll lose 1 drone. 1 worker goes down. +1 melee on the way. Again, a sign that Eba is intending to go into Hydras. Is intending to take up. Likewise, Skillous working towards Chargel Archon. He's getting there. And eventually we'll be moving out. Let's go. Double Temple Archives. Let's go. 1 in the natural, 1 in the main. Or both in the main, even. It's fine. It'll be fine, Pappy. It'll be fine. He just really wants Storm. This Revelation goes off. There, oh, we cancel it. Let's go. He notices. Does cancel in time. Ah, Nikita is too good for that. Cancels Temple Archives. Storm should be on the horizon. Say that, but he's going to be prioritizing Archon production here. Building up his Archons. Eba, he will threaten the 4th, but Skillous, he's in position and he will expand. fourth base. Chasing back the Lings. Skillet's actually going to be committing here. He's not all in, but he's going to try and apply pressure, clear up creep, and threaten that center expansion. He's forcing out roaches. And then he backs off. He pulls away, Warpin's in production. Second robot for double, I would imagine, double immortal production from the side of Skillet. Still no storm. Skillet is keeping up. On the side of Eba, we spoke about he was taking up into Hydras. Hydras are amassing as we speak. There's the infestation bit. That should be for the Hive. That should be for Lurker tech. So Eba is building up towards Lurkers. Speaking of, there it is. Hive and the Lurker den. His economy is looking solid. He's on 80 workers. He hasn't really lost many workers at all. Even the Oracle Harass got like a handful of drones. There was no dedicated Adept Harass either. Like, Eba's looking quite comfortable. He's looking good. When it comes to Skillet, I mean, he's threatening a move out, but I don't think he's going to be committing anytime soon. Again, especially without Storm. Sure, he can poke in, but shouldn't get much done here. And has to be careful. Decent force fields. Roach Hydra pushing forward. They shut down the Zealots. Ooh, massive stasis goes off. Eba will pull back. Shades, they do commit. And upside down into the middle lines. Finally, some drones are going down. Gonna be 5 drones killed so far. Not just the 5. Eba holds. Eba, he's holding on. Skillet now working towards Storm. Storm is on the way. Blink +2. Hasgun is 4th up and running. But Eba should be able to strike with his Lurkers before the Sky Toss, as Fleet Beacon is on the way. Mothership as well. It is on the horizon here. Now, we have seen a lot of Protoss players actually just go for the Fleet Beacon solely for the Mothership, just to support a ground army. Again, the Mothership nowadays is actually very strong. Not just when it comes to its utility, but like even its regular attacks as well. Like, as a supportive unit, it's a much better at its role here. Much better. We've heard that players like Lambo have been struggling against certain Mothership rushes and Mothership just supportive compositions. So we'll see how Eba handles this. Lurkers do zone away. More immortals building up. Skillet, he will rotate. Eba going for a rich counterattack. He gets spotted. Skillet, he's aware. Warps in back at home. He's ready for this. At the same time, pushing forward. Decent storm. Lurkers are going for the dive. Trying to dive in. Forcing out more storms. Roaches are coming from behind as well. Trying to go for the surround. He's trying to get on top of those High Templar. We'll get one of them. One High Templar goes down. Immortals are getting caught out as well. This time there's no Mothership. And ooh, Skillet takes a lot of losses. But he does survive. Still maintains the army. Eba barely didn't have enough. Skillet, he backs off. He maintains most of those Immortals. And here comes the Mothership. Mothership is coming in. Eba has to pull back. Rebuilding on mainly Ling Lurker. There we go. Double Stargate on the way, and now Skillet is getting ready for that Skytoss transition. Tempest production has begun. Skillet, he will move out. Move out across the map. Eba so far keeping up. That's his line of Lurkers. Skillet's rotating. Oh, geez, how many immortals does he have? 7! Soon to be 8. Soon to be 8 immortals. That's a lot of Immortals. But this is a brutal choke point. Again, Immortals, they can annihilate Lurkers only if they're able to spread out. If they're able to arc on top of the Lurkers, they're able to minimize splash damage, then Immortals, they can have free reign. But not like this. Not pushing into this kind of angle. We see Skills rotating. Does kill one of those Lurkers. Does snipe one. Snipes a Lurker. Oracle goes down. So do see drop Lords into the natural. And a Nidus as well. Nidus coming as well, forcing a recall. Ooh. Stalkers, they dive in. Where's detection? No detection whatsoever. Stalkers are going to be going down. Main army pushes in. And Eva, he's pulling Skills apart. Lurkers into the main. Observer just now spawning in, but a brutal trade. High Templar exposed. 1, 2 High Templar go down. 3 High Templar. All 4. Almost. 3 High Templar kills. Nice pickles here by Eva, but he has to back up. He has to retreat. He has to respect the main army. He's doing well. Taking down most of the Stalkers, but yeah, he cannot really touch this Immortal army. Not like this. Eva, he has to back up. Another Nidus into the main. Going for the Nidus. Dropping a Lurker at the third. Nidus is denied. And Eva's just buying time. As Nidus is just barely finish. There's Revelation. Eva now incorporating Corruptors. Corruptors that don't have the best upgrades. I mean, in general, Eva's actually lacking some upgrades here. As there's no +3. Oh, and Skillus is getting that more perfected army. With Immortals, Tempest, really only missing Storm. And Skills, he's maxed. At this point, he has maxed out. He will soon push, and Skillus, I'm sorry, Eva, just now starting +3. Getting to +3. Ideally wants to try to trade and buy time. Going for more Nidus Worms. Let's wait for more. Nice snipe on the Overseer. We'll see Eva back. Seal's going for his own run by as well. But he does at least delay some of the expansions. Trying to distract, but there are cannons in position. Slows down on the Lurkers. One Lurker gets picked up. And Skills is just perfecting his army. Coming in, trading out these Elves and Stalkers. He wants to lose this as efficiently as possible. Storm's going up. Things they collapse in at the same time. Prism into the main, and nothing in position. He can get a warp in off. Oh, just not trading with the links, just killing workers. We're finding behind this, getting into Void Rays, into more Sky Toss. Workers try to drop in. Skills, he defends. This time he defends. He shut this down. And Skills, who will soon move out once he cleans up these Lurkers. Alright, what does he have? Still 7 Immortals, still only 4 Tempests. I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't incorporated any more Tempest or Carrier. they do try to delay the center base. Going for the 7th. Going for the fish expansion. Decent position here with the lurkers. They zone away the immortals. And immortals get zoned away. Corruptors coming in. That's a lot of corruptors. They will catch a void ray. The expansion should be cancelled. Good, it's denied. Skill is stuck on 6 bases. I mean, still a solid economy. Still looking good. Tempest poking in. Again, more lurkers going down. Eva, I mean, his base and drone count is a little bit lackluster here. I do think we expect more, especially in this kind of split map scenario. Where Skillus is fighting for expansions, Eva should have every other base on the map. Should have all these bases, should have full saturation. Maybe on 69 drones instead. Nice. But it's going to hurt him in the long run. Instead, going for a larger army. Ground army runs into lurkers. Skytail's maneuvering over. Corruptors, they don't quite catch out the Tempest. Skills, he has enough to protect them. But yeah, still not going for these big committed move-outs. And a nice arc here from Skillus. Yeah, he will clean this up. Every lurker is going to go down. This is what we spoke about. As long as you have a concave, you can shut this down. And lurkers, they just melt before the immortals. No immortals on the right-hand side. Archons are building up. Getting over, going for another expansion. We'll bring it down. Eva going for the Nidus. Skillus, he is maxed out. He can't warp in. He's got the one Stalker. Which means the Nidus is going to finish. Finish up. At the same time, Skillus trying to push forward. Nice fungal. Okay, Nidus is cleaned up. The Immortals are coming from behind. Where are the Archons? The Immortals are exposed. Oh my god, they just shut down the Lings anyway. They don't even care. Lings are cleaned up. Just make it mortal, Pat. True. Example, they almost overextend. Almost. Corruptors. They zone away. But Skillus is getting more ground. Eba going for a desperation counterattack, trying to force Skillus back home. Skillus, he has a defensive army. Again, this entire time, Skillus has just been having 2 forces here. One more defensive, one more aggressive. He's been keeping up. We'll deny Lurker. But he's committing. He's moving out. Once again, Eva did forego his upgrades. He has a massive bank. Lurkers that get left behind. There's a detection. Oof. Spine shot's going off. Immortal's going to be going down. Eva tries to bust into the expansion, but he cannot. And Skillus, he will collapse in. And Eva has to get the hell out of here. Ooh, takes some massive. Oh my god, the storms! The storm shut down the Corruptors. And Skillus, he can keep going. Eva, he plummets in supply. And Skillus, he may have just found the fight he was looking for. Cleans up the Corruptors, the Lurkers, the everything. Oh, but Jesus. GG gets called, and Skillus will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Just really patient play out of Skillus overall. Very patient, very macro-oriented as well. He was very much so playing towards a later game state, and does take it in the end. From the side of Eba, it did feel like he was a little bit nervous. I do think that Ebo was in a decent position overall. He was able to gain map control, able to take bases, but if you remember, as we were mentioning, even though he had map control, he was very slow to actually expand and very slow to actually drone up and actually saturate those bases as well. It was not necessarily something that was on the front of his mind. He was very much so fixated on counterattacking when it came to ling run buys and lurker harass and drop play as well. He was being very active, very aggressive, but it did feel like his economy was suffering a little bit for it. Likewise, his upgrades as well. Despite the fact that he was building up a massive bank, he did forego upgrades in general, whether it came to upgrades for his lurkers, upgrades for his hydras, upgrades for his sky units as well, referring to the Evo chamber and spire upgrades specifically. Not something he invested too heavily into. And likewise, when it came to his composition, it was very much so like counterattack based. When it came to a main fight, there were very few spellcasters. We saw a couple of fungals here and there, but there was never like any vipers for abductions, for example, to pick off the immortals one by one. Again, as I was mentioning before, like it did feel like Ebo was a lot more counterattack oriented than like main fight oriented. And when it came to the main fight, I mean, we saw it go heavily and swing heavily in favor of Skillus, and with that, GG, well played. With that, Skillus will advance on to the qualifying match, and we are getting ready for potentially the final series of the night. I know it was a bit of a longer game, it was a bit of a longer setup there, but let's switch our scenes over to that qualifying match. Let's go. Just need a moment to set up the players to set up the match. And here we go from the, oh my god, from the top. Rogue takes out DNS 2-0. ByuN takes down Ryung 2-0 as well. Very impressive there by ByuN. Again, was favoring Ryung in that series of ByuN. He does pop up in the TVT. It was a bit of a longer series, might I add. They did take a little bit longer to actually get that series wrapped up, but it does conclude in the end. And that means that the upper qualifying match is underway. Rogue versus ByuN in a ZVT. Best of luck. Best of luck to Rogue. Best of luck to ByuN. Meanwhile, let's scroll on down here to our next series, to our final series of the night. It is going to be a best of 3 between Skillus and Solar. Another ZVP. Have we casted purely Zerg versus Protoss today? I think so. I think we've casted purely ZVPs. Like, not a single, like, ZVZ or PvP, or we didn't cast any Terran today. Purely Zerg versus Protoss. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, a lot of variety there. A lot of variety, might I add. As qualifying match, beautiful. As we are getting ready for the final series. Good to take a break from TVT in a way. Go. So we're getting ready here for that qualifying match. Vetoes are underway, and once they're done, we can jump on into that final series. Oh boy. Crazy. Ending the stream before 6 hours, before 12 hours. Crazy. I know. Insane. I look forward to sleeping. I look forward to sleeping when the sun is down, actually. Crazy. And then I can actually see the sun in the day. It'll be wild. Also, I do want to confirm here, have we heard about the Wardy TV Monday this week? I don't think we have. Let's see. Wardy Twitter. Let's see. Wardy, he hasn't tweeted since November. What about his official accounts? No, yeah, he's been really inactive. Okay, never mind. So usually we do cast Wardy TV Monday on Mondays, but I do know that last week, of course, Wardy was traveling for Home Story Cup, and Wardy hasn't been casting these last 2 qualifiers, so he wasn't casting today or yesterday, so he might just be taking a break. He might be recovering after Home Story Cup as well, which is understandable. You know, I definitely heard tales of the debauchery that happens at Home Story Cup, and it's understandable to take a week to recover from that. So that means tomorrow we might not have Warrior TV Monday, but something that we will have tomorrow is the KSL. The Korean StarCraft League is a tournament that we did miss out on Saturday, and we will be covering that tomorrow in the morning, which means I have to sleep and I have to wake up in time for it. Ooh, okay, it's gonna be in 9 hours. In 9 hours time, we're gonna be live with the KSL. Oh boy, I have to set an alarm actually, I think. We'll have to set an alarm. 9 hours. Okay. Probably want to wake up like in like 7 or 8 hours. Okay, that's the plan. Beautiful. The sun, crazy. Must be jet lag. Yeah, maybe. Could be jet lag. I mean, may have gotten sick at the event as well, or post event. Possible. Or maybe just enjoying December, enjoying the holiday break. Regardless, we're getting into game number 1 of our final series of the night of the qualifying match. Let's go. It all ends here. It all ends with this EVP. It's been a very intense tournament. We've had many big names rise and fall. And now we are down to our final 4 players. Rogue, ByuN, Solar, and Skillers. Only 2 among them will qualify for the main event. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the red Protoss player. For Team Liquid, it is Skillers. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. We have our ZVP. And if you're in the chats, prediction time. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Again, the final series of the night. Oh boy, do we finally get a Zerg player qualifying? Fun fact, for those who do not know, not a single Zerg player has qualified for Master Coliseum. Just, it hasn't happened. Not yet. We might get one, as Solar's the only Zerg player left. Oh no, sorry, Solar and Rogue, true. We have Solar and Rogue. This might be it. We might get some Zerg representation. Let's go. Now, to be fair, Cyril and Raynor were invited. And Shin was invited as well. So we have 3 Zerg players confirmed for the event. We'll see if any qualifies. We shall see. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Solar. And you are Skillers going for a gate expand into Cybercore. So far, so good. Gate expand into Cybercore. Skills moving out with this Probe Scout. And we're going to be settling in. Welcome one and all once again to Neon Violet Square. Again, this is a map that is known for its longer, later games. It is a little bit easier to secure yourself on your 4 or 5 base setup. So we could be in for a longer one. Could be. Dark was not invited. I did see some people asking about Dark previously or earlier. Dark did sign up for the Korean qualifier and for the global qualifier, but Dark never checked in. He never checked in, so either he was unavailable or he signed up when they were first made live, the brackets I mean, and he found out that he won't be able to compete in the event. So either he was unavailable this weekend or he just can't compete, one or the other. If he can't compete, my assumption is it has something to do with military service, but I don't know. I'm just speculating. Oh my god. As Solar, he attempted to take the gold. Calm down. Did attempt the gold. Backs up. We'll back up. But it's going to be sad to see a big event like this and for Dark to not be a part of it. Unironically, like, Dark, he's usually, you know, one of the heavy hitters and he usually goes far. He's one of the few that can, like, threaten some of these other more established names as well. I mean, he's the best Zerg player in South Korea. So for Dark not to be there it's going to be, yeah, a little bit odd. it'll feel a little bit incomplete not to have Dark. But again, as we mentioned, you know, he didn't play in the qualifiers. Seems odd. Yeah, that's why I would have, you know, my assumption is that, like, especially because it's the holidays, maybe he's taking some time off. Maybe he's just spending time with his family. You know, he is a papi, he is a dad, so maybe they want to do something for December and Christmas. Hard to say because we haven't heard anything. So far, it is going to be Hatch Gas Pool into a third. So far, standard opener. Meanwhile, we are rushing into Sky. Tells, let's go. If you remember, we spoke about this. Actually, we already saw this. Was it in the Cristiano series? No, it was not Cristiano. One of the previous Protoss players coming into Neon Violet Square, we spoke about how going for a Tempest Rush is something more viable on Neon Violet Square. I think it was Jeshi, right? I think we were casting Jeshi earlier. I brought that up, and I mean, it led into it. Likewise, should have brought it up here as well, but yep, should be a Tempest Rush from Skillous. Now, the reason why this is seen a lot more on this map is because of how defendable it is. You can defend with the bare minimum on 3, 4, and 5 bases, so because you can cut corners in the defense, you can take up and rush into something like this. As Tempests are on the way. Now, what's important about this Tempest Rush is that it's only one Stargate. So this is not actually committed. This looks like a bait and switch. It looks like a bait and switch here from Skillous, where he's going into Tempest, he will reveal the Tempest, and we have a Forge +1, and I would imagine even maybe a Charge follow-up here. A ground-based army instead. Otherwise, why throw down all these gateways, and why not have a second Stargate? So +1 is on the way. We're missing the Twilight Council. We're missing Charge so far. Mothership's in production as well. But this does look like a ground switch. So here we go. First Tempest moves out. Now, I really like this. I really love this mind game because, again, it is not uncommon to commit to two gate, double Stargate, Mass Tempest, right? Like, that is not uncommon. So he's trying to make it look like that build when really it's anything but. Tempest gets revealed, and the Spire's on the way. The Spire is on the way, and ideally, what Skillous wants is for Solar to make Corruptors and make too many Corruptors. If he makes too many, if he overreacts, then the ground army is lacking, and then bam, Skillous hits with, you know, +1 Charge, like big all in. Or Blink, one or the other. As more gates are being thrown down, Tempest has arrived. Gets a couple of drones. Second Tempest moving out. You can see here that we are looking for any further tech. Solar is scouting. And you might be convinced that the Tempest scan is looking a little bit low. Oh, gets a queen. One queen gets sniped. Second Tempest moving out. Third Tempest on the way. Overseer will confirm the mass gateways. Big moment here for Solar. He sees, he knows. Now he knows not to overreact. He knows not to overcommit to Corruptor. He knows to make some, but not too many. Overseer goes down. There's going to be a blink into Archon follow-up here from Skillous. Oracle hits the third. No Spore. Gets 5 drones. Very nice damage. Nicely done. There we go. Ran into it, but he doesn't practice anymore. He does. What do you mean? He competed in Home Story Cup. What are you talking about? And he was practicing for Home Story Cup as well. So yeah, Raynor, he has been getting informed. Like many players, they did take a break post EWC, but like many players, has been practicing or did practice for Home Story Cup. So I don't want to propagate any fake news in the chat, as Corruptors are going to be zoned away. Skill is holding his own. far so good. Activating that cloak. And again, just hard switching into Blink Stalkers, Storm, +1, now into +2. So you see the main armies engaging. Again, I believe the cloak is going to be on cooldown. Corruptors, they dive in, they go for the mothership. Mothership should go down. Nice storms though. Oh my god, Corruptors, they do fall. They take every storm to the face. Oh my god. The Corruptors, they crumble, and Skillus, he can pop off. Activates cloak, and there's not enough anti-air. Not enough anti-air. Skillus, he will break through. Against Solar, underestimating those storms. He lost so many Corruptors there. Now he has to rebuild, reinvest. Does have the gold. Does have a booming economy. Looking down the expansion. Skillus holding his own. And Skillus, he can actually trade with this army. I think he could have been a little bit more adventurous with his Tempest, but regardless, he's still holding on. Storm on the roaches. Now we're pushing in. Skillus just bullying those roaches with the Tempest. Very grateful. So the Biles. Ooh, Biles do connect. Take down a handful of Stalkers. Once again pushing forward, Cloak gets activated. Mothership will fall. The Biles, they connect. Oh my god, massive Biles. Yeah, the High Templar, they went down as well. To the Corrosive Vial. But Skillus, he will counterattack, and oh, Solar, he's in trouble. The Bile. Oh, once again. Mate, the Biles from Solar have been insane this game. They've been popping up. And Skillus, he's committed. He's moving out. He smells blood in the water. He knows he's so close to breaking Solar. So close. High Templar coming in. Biles, once again, they connect. Storms are popping up. Tempest go down. And the Mass Blink Stalker army may just overwhelm. Brutal Storm. It's one of those things where, sure, Skillus has been taking Biles to the face and still loses another Stalker to the Biles. But the Storms have been making up for that. Storms have been making up for it. Skillus though doesn't like what he sees. He backs off. He regroups. Mothers is being rebuilt. And Solar has room to breathe. Has room to breathe once again. Skillus going double robo behind this into triple robo. There's a recall. Keeping on with the Corruptors. Pulling back. Yeah, plenty of High Templar. Plenty of Storms. Storms on the Ravagers. Oh! Biles once again. They do connect with the army. Taking down 4 Stalkers. But the Ravagers are exposed on their own. Oh my god, the Biles! They just keep connecting. Throughout the entire game, Pat. Calm down. Corruptors are cleaned up. Mothership's on the way. And Skillus, he still does maintain that supply lead. Going pure Blink Stalker Storm with the Mothership. And without Hydra Lurker, like, Solar, he doesn't really have the best army against this. Speaking of, Hydra production now has finally begun. Again, Solar's been stuck on a Roach Ravager for so long. Some avoiding the Biles. Does avoid the Biles. Nice soldiers so far. Likewise, Zealots drop into the main. Stalkers gaining ground. So far so good, and again, their Hydra's still in production. Lurker Den's on the way. Without them, Skillus he can overwhelm. Gets There's another good couple of storms. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. Solar, he just walks into the storms. And it's just too much. GG gets called, and Skillus, he will outscale Solar and take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played against Solar. He was just trapped. He was just stuck on Roach Ravager Corruptor for far too long. A much more inefficient army against what he was up against. We saw that towards the end, Solar, he was transitioning into Hydra Lurker, but the Lurker den wasn't done. Hydra upgrades weren't done either. He was just, again, stuck on this mid-game army for so long, and he got outscaled by Skillus. Despite the biles, didn't matter. Did not matter in the end. Skillus still overwhelmed. GG, well played. Skillus is now 1 game away from qualifying for Masters Coliseum. Uno más, papi. Uno más. 1 more game is all he needs. And we'll see if he can take it. See if he can take it here. As we are loading into a much smaller map, we're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Here we go. And again, just a really nice style, a style that we've heard that has been rising in popularity. I say we've heard because I haven't seen it much myself, at least not in competitive play. With this idea of investing into the mothership and only the mothership. I'm sure there were Tempest early on, but you could see that the mothership it kept being rebuilt over time and time again. It's just a really good supportive unit, even on its own, with a ground-based army, with Cloak, with the slow zone, with its attack as well. You can do quite nicely. Oh. No shot, not again. Did we leave someone behind? Did we? God damn it. But here we go, we're getting into game 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Protoss player. For Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0, it is Skillus. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from South Korea representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. As you get Skillus popping off with his more unique builds, kind of going into a Tempest Rush, but not a very committed Tempest Rush. Here versus Gold, I expect a very different kind of game state. I expect something very different here. As for now, Skillus forcing the unnatural natural. Pushing a more uncomfortable start here for Solar. Is more uncomfortable. Skillus, meanwhile, going for a gate expand. Standard opener from our Protoss. And we'll see where this leads. See where this does lead so far. Just hatch gas pool out of our Zerg. Now, coming into Whispers of Gold, again, we've spoken about this before, but the rush distance by ground is shorter, far shorter than Neon Violet Square. Likewise, the bases are more exposed as well, so I can 100% see Solo going for something more aggressive this time. Instead of trying to go into a longer, later game against Skillus, just throw that to the wayside, embrace, 2-3 base saturation, mass Roach, even a German taxi, even just a Queen walk across the map. That is more what I expect, especially when these rocks get knocked down. These rocks. You can knock down the rocks, so you can reduce the rush distance by ground as well, even further. And lay siege upon the third base. And the natural. So we'll keep an eye on Solar. We'll see when he does cut workers, if at all. If at all. Meanwhile, we are going to be settling in. Skillus just shaking saturation. Oh, gets caught out. Up. Oh, probe will fall. Nice pick off here by Solar. Back at home, Stargate opener. Stargate has been placed. Doesn't mean it's going to be a Sky Toss Rush or anything like that with a fleet beacon. Not at all. I mean, could be. But on a map as small as this, I feel like that's less effective. It is far more riskier to do something crazy like that. See what he does embrace. First step shading across the map. We'll head towards the third. So far, Solo in position, responds with the Lings. Is keeping up. Is keeping up. Back at home, it's going to be the Oracle opener. Oracle's in production. Is going to be moving out. And we'll see what skills goes from here. Does he go into his third base? Does he go for a delayed third or even faster stage bit? Twilight Council, I mean. Into his tech. So we'll move out with those oracles. Third base has been placed. Going for the triangular third. Oracle moves out. Gets eyes on the natural. Spores in the main, 2 queens as well. Meanwhile, the third base likewise, 2 queens and a spore, so solo looking quite secure. Very secure so far. And Skillus is going for a much more standard game state this time. Oh. A much more standard game. Forge, Twilight Council, +1, Blink. No crazy Tempest or Mothership. Unfortunately. And no Glaive Adepts either. Nothing crazy. And we'll see how Skillus compares in a more standard game against Solar. You know, game 1 was more quirky and definitely had a little bit more style to it. Here in game 2, playing standard, Solar should be much more comfortable, is amassing Lings. Flare is on the way, Lings are building up. Building up those Lings. Because they get 2 drones. And FJ shading towards the third. Nothing major though, only 1 extra drone, 3 in total. Force the recall. Getting the best trades from Skillus. Solar's keeping up. Joining up behind this, Roach Warren's on the way. And Lings, they do go for a massive counter attack and back at him. What is it to defend? Oh, the Stalker! Stalker does get surrounded. Shield battery will help. The Oracle's more so. The Stalker is safe. Solar, he will be forced out. He will be forced back. Likewise, roaches are building up. Solar, he's on 3-base saturation. And this is my big tell here is exactly how saturated is Solar going to be. It takes out the Oracle, getting his 4th base, just for lava for now. We have Roach Speed, we have Eva Chamber +1. And Solar, he's going to be cutting workers here at 67. We'll see if he makes any more. If not, it should just be purely Roach Ravager Ling. And this is something that Solar's quite fond of on some of these smaller maps. Is you just don't worry about an infestation bit, don't worry about any Hydras, no Lurkers, just pure Ling Roach Ravager. Yeah, he's committed. He's committed. Nice blinks here from Skillus. Again, no saturation. It's just going to be pure army moving forward here for Solar. The blinks are good though. Nice trades. Takes down some roaches. These are some expensive losses here for Solar. Very good in mind, he doesn't have the best economy. Very good in mind, he's 3-base all in. Trading with the Stalkers. Building on more roaches. Oh, the blinks back. Let's go. Skills, he pulls out. Back to the safety of the station trap. Looking at the trades here, he's lost 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers for 8 Roaches and 42 Lings. Very nice trades here from Skillus. He just has to keep it up. Just has to keep it going. Oh, 1 Stalker goes down. Skillus still trading. And Solar now is forced to drone. You can see here, 5 workers in production. Hydrogen. This is going to be late tech for Solar, but tech nonetheless. So Solar, he recognizes that he cannot break his opponent. He's been losing too much, and he has to take up instead. Working towards Ling Hydra. Meanwhile, Skill's taking a 4th. Fourth base is exposed, but I mean, he's applying a lot of pressure. He's keeping Solar pinned. Taking down another roach. Another 2. Hydra Ranger on the way. Still no infestation bit, still no lurker dead, still no hive. Solar, he somewhat drones his fourth, getting up to 72 workers. It's an okay drone count. Yes, okay. And the skill is rotating. Working on +3 attack. And again, the other big reason as to why we were saying that Solo was all in, he never reached his +2. Like again, he never really intended to. It was all about +1 and roach speed. And Solo, he's bleeding out a lot of roaches. Got a lot of units here. Nice blink supply skilless. Oh! One of the allows you to connect. Stalkers are going down. You get some rougher trades at the same time. Zells, they hit the third. Drones are falling. Workers that Solo didn't really have many to begin with. So they're going to be trading. Nice, he done picks up a couple of extra Stalkers. Meanwhile, skills he defends. He protects his own fourth. Counter-attacks across the map. Gets over the Hydras. Hydras are going down. Oh, brutal losses here for Solar. It's going to be, what, 3, almost 4 Hydras. And Stalkers, they push in. And shaving off Ravager after Ravager. Oof. Getting another Ravager towards the end. Bit of a rougher trade here on Skilless. Has to pull back. Solar now down in workers, down in economy. Skilless taking up towards that fleet beacon. That should be for the mothership. Oh, Solar out of position. He can't lose the base. And he ignores it. He just commits. Solar, he knows that he has to do some kind of damage across the map. Hatchery goes down. Solar getting desperate. There's the recall. A nice contaminate here on the Robo. Immortal goes down. Yeah, rough angle of attack here for Skilless. But he will defend. Shield Battery does help. Pulling a couple of boys, getting us over those Hydras. I mean, a lot of probes are falling. It's a rough trade here for Skilless. Meanwhile, he kept pushing across the map. He didn't recall everything. Oh, didn't even recall everything. He's getting in towards the natural. Came with the production. Sniping Hydras. Still a couple of Hydras left over. It's getting chaotic. Skilless losing most of his economy. Oh my god, he has to pull the boys. He's gonna lose everything. Skilless losing all of his economy, but it may not matter. Skilless is overwhelming. GG gets caught. He overwhelms the production, and Skilless, he will take the 2-0 qualifying for Masters Coliseum number 8. GG. GG, well played. Solar, he attempted to go for a Ling Roach Ravager all-in with +1. Unfortunately, his opponent was A-Raxing. Sorry, A-Rax. He was going for an 8-gate. He was going for his own 8-gate mass Blink Stalker push. He was trading incredibly well here against the Ling Roach Ravager. Because that eventually, Solar, he had to bite the bullet. He had to be like, oh, this is not working. I need to drone and I need to tech up into Hydras. But again, his upgrades were lacking. His economy was lacking the entire game because he was all-in. And he was just outscaled over time. We saw that Solar, his desperation move was to go for the base trade to try to force back the army, but even then, didn't have enough. Did not have enough. GG, well played. Skilless qualifies. Congratulations. Congratulations to Nikita Papi. Oh my god. Will it qualify for Master Coliseum? And the question becomes, do we have any matches left over? What is left here? As we have Rogue versus ByuN, which I believe is still ongoing. I believe that's being casted by some of the other language casters. Let's head on over and figure out what the hell's going on and where they are. Show me Crank stream. Oh my god, they're 25 minutes into their game. They're 25 minutes in. Long late game between ByuN and Rogue. And they're in game 2. Oh, actually, is there a clean feed? There might be. Potentially. Maybe not. Yeah, no clean feed. Yeah, Rogue versus ByuN are currently mid-series. They're in game number 2, I should say. And currently... who's leading the series? Let's see. I don't know why I closed Crank's stream like an animal. There we go. I believe ByuN is up. Trying to double check here. So I'm just watching an ad. But if you want to tune into ByuN versus Rogue, it's being casted by Indy. Indy's casting in Polish, Crank in Korean, Rex in his own native language, TKL in French, and yes, ByuN is up 1-0. ByuN is up 1-0. It's a long late game on Abyssal Reef. Makes sense. Abyssal Reef is known for its late game, and they're currently in game 2. But oh, Rogue has a massive bank, as Rogue has had map control for so long. And it's looking like there might be an ace match. If so, I have to get ready. have to prepare. Okay. Rogue versus ByuN. Shopify Rebellion. Beautiful. But yeah, it's looking like there is going to be an ace match here. So I guess until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we will have the ace match, because it's looking very likely that they're going to game 3. So we have one final series to dive into. Una más. Good run from Solar. Yeah, it was a good run from Solar. Will we get one Zerg player qualifying for MC8? Una más, papi, una más. We'll see. After the qualifier, we'll go over all the results, and we'll go over the eventual final lineup, for Master Coliseum. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will be jumping into ByuN versus Rogue. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final qualifying match of the Master Coliseum number 8 Global Qualifier. We just wrapped up with Skilless versus Solar, and again, Skilless did qualify for the main event over Solar, and now we're here to crown our final qualified players. This is the final game of the series. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Here we go. We have our TVZ, we have our final ace match here. Again, the reason why we missed out on game 1 and game 2 is because they were being played at the same time we were playing our series. So they were happening at the same time, and we have just wrapped up game 2. It was on Abyssal Reef, a very late game. It was like 26 up to 28 minutes long. Late game scenario with Rogue engulfing the entire map and just overwhelming ByuN, starving him out. Rogue had like a 10k bank, and ByuN had nothing. He was just stuck on his corners of the map. And surprisingly enough, we have another large map. Not Abyssal Reef, but large nonetheless. The largest map in the map pool, Neon Violet Square. So we could be in for another long one. Hello, drone. Scouting for a proxy, a little bit paranoid. Okay. I was a little bit confused. Drone scouting is typically not done at this level of play. It is typically considered to be quite inefficient. Especially, of course, if there's no proxy. It's very unlikely for there to be a proxy. But Rogue was a little bit concerned, a little bit scared of what ByuN would do. ByuN, he's not afraid to cheese, so Rogue just scouts just to be safe. In the end, that will give ByuN a bit of an edge. True. We'll give him a slight advantage here. As he's going to be settling in. Behind this, Rogue going for his expansion. Oh, my apologies, it was a gasless opener. Gasless build here from Rogue. Not a 15-15, but gasless nonetheless. And this is leading into a very delayed Ling speed, into Roach production. We have our initial Lings moving out to apply some pressure to gain advantage. Likewise, Queens are on the way as well. And this usually leads into Roach play. The reason why this leads into Roaches is because Ling speed is incredibly late and incredibly delayed, so may as well just skip it entirely and just embrace Roach play instead in the mid game. So Rogue is cutting corners. Neon Violet Square is one of these maps where you can get away with this. You don't need speed Lings to keep up with Hellion aggression, especially when there's only one entry point towards your 3 bases. Only one point of entry here for 3 bases, so I mean Rogue can get away with purely Queens and SimCity. Meanwhile, ByuN getting his own 3rd CC on location, so it's a game agreed. It is a game agreed here. ByuN 3 CC before starport on location. Rogue going gasless into his own 3rd. All about that green. Very similar to Radisson Station. Very similar. Dark times. So we have that 1-1-1 follow-up. Tech Lab on the racks, into an add-on swap, into, I would imagine, Banshee play. Let's go. Oh, also my apologies, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will be the final player to qualify for Master Coliseum. Is it going to be another Terran, or will it be the first Zerg to qualify? Oh boy. So best of luck in the chat with your predictions. Again, I do apologize for it not being at the start, but I did forget. Did forget. Get it, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. Let's go. Meanwhile, there's that Roach Warren. Again, shouldn't be a surprise, as we did mention. That is kind of the standard follow-up, and ByuN scouts. ByuN confirms. He confirms the Roach Warren. He is aware of what's going on. Again, this is just a very safe way to play, and a very common way to open up as well nowadays in TVZ is Roach Queen. Considering that Queens are now more expensive than they used to be, again, it's all about trying to get those Roaches out as quickly as possible. Hellion's going to be zoned away. Hellions are zoned. Queens, they fully wall off. Again, just throwing down the Evo chamber, making sure there is no way in. There's no way in. Behind this, ByuN going for his 3-1-1 setup into double eBay, double upgrade, stim, combat shields. He will soon embrace ByuN play into around a 7-minute push. Still getting there. ByuN still building up and hasn't really found too much damage yet. I mean, again, that's the power of Neon Violet Square, the power of this map. Just very defendable here on 5 bases. So Rogue is secure. Lair is almost done. Gases are being taken. All the gases, actually. Are we bold enough to take it to something like Aspire and go into Mutas? I'm getting a bit of deja vu. We did cast Rogue during Elite League, going into Mass Muta and being shut down by the mech of Honmono. But of course, at least ByuN isn't playing mech. And thankfully, +1 range. Double Evo Shaper +1 range. Ooh, Infestation Pit's on the way. Now, Rogue has an option right now. He can either go into Roach Ravager, into Hydra, Lurker, Viper. We can head towards Hive Tech and Hydra Tech and Lurker Tech as well. That is on the table. Otherwise, against Bio, I'm not really enjoying the idea of Swarm Host play, so I doubt this will be for Swarm Host. It has to be for Hive Tech, for Hydra Tech, right? Has to be. Copium. Yeah, there it is. Hydrogen. There we go. So it is going to be Hydra Lurker Viper here from Rogue. Again, it's a little bit old school in a sense, opening up Roach Hydra, but again, he's not going to stay. He's not going to be staying on Roach Hydra for too much longer. The goal here should be for Hydra Tech and Lurker Tech as well. That should be the goal, at least. This is something that's Dark did popularize, you know, what, 2 years ago at this point? It's been a couple of years. When these gasless openers did rise in popularity. You know, Banshee's looking for another way in. Here comes out Lurker Den. Lurker Den's on the way. Banshee's towards the 3rd. Banshee's out deflected. ByuN finally moving out, building up for this moment. He's got 1-1 stim and combat shields. All the upgrades are now done. He can finally be active, changing. They do confirm. They do spot him. He's aware of the move outs. Back at home, he's getting ready. Pulling together his queens, his roaches, and his hydras. The Pachinko machine. The army does make its way through the grid. Hellbats have morphed in. And can ByuN break through this without Ravagers? Maybe. Might be able to. Army looking quite fragile, but there we go. More roaches have arrived. Rogue should be able to hold his own. Stutter steps forward, takes down the Hellbats. And Rogue will hold. As he holds, here come the Lair Tech Lurkers. Let's go. Lurkers are morphing in. Hive upgrades are still in production, but they'll get there in a matter of moments. Likewise, drop into the main, gets denied by the spores. Have ByuN being active. Pushing towards the main, does find a way in. Same time, the flank on the right hand side. Ooh, he's gaining ground as well. And Rogue getting pulled apart a little bit here. The Slowling's having a hard time keeping up. Oh, full medevac! Oh, that was a full medevac going down. Massive pickup. ByuN plummets in supply. And Rogue is maxed. Rogue is maxed out. Now, bearing in mind this is inflated supply, bearing in mind that this is mainly Roach-based. So, not the most efficient use of army supply, but maxed nonetheless. And this means that Rogue needs to trade. He needs to trade with the army of ByuN. He needs to throw these roaches away so we can rebuild with more Hydras and Lurkers. At this point, it might even be wise to just kill his own roaches. Like, if he's having a hard time trading. There we go, going for a run by. Roaches are moving out. ByuN rotating over. That's power here on the drop. Ooh, will deter. Roaches, they get across the map. They do try to catch up with the ghosts. They don't quite get them. There we go. One ghost goes down. Gets the one. Pushing into the natural. And again, Rogue has to get rid of these roaches. They're hurting him more than anything. Gets the second ghost. Plus into the mineral line. Going for +3. And will deny the upgrade just barely. Nice +3. Gets a couple of SCVs. Pushing him behind the mineral line. And as he bleeds out roaches, he replaces them with drones and with hydras. So nicely done here by Rogue. Successfully trades out the roaches without losing too much or without trading too poorly. Better way of putting it. Now Rogue can settle in. Here we go. 11 Overseers on the way. Love to see it. A mass Overseer. Moving out. Jesus. There we go. Double Nidus Storm as well. This is a style that I have not been able to personally cast myself, unfortunately. But here we go. Snipes going up. Ooh, does catch out the lurkers. Very nice snipes. And ByuN is breaking through. Takes down most of the lurkers. There's still 5 left. And still 5 remaining. He's going to be able to hold on. Rogue is holding. Changelings are cleaned up. Pushing towards the mineral line. So Rogue's just trying to buy time to rebuild, to mass up. Now, the way this style works here is that ideally with this mass overseer, one, it makes it difficult to snipe the lurkers. That's the goal, is to keep them over your army. Ooh, he does dive in. Attempts to surround. The other thing, of course, is mass changeling does really make it difficult for the army to traverse, and also ideally can get vision everywhere on the map to Nidus. That's why we have 2 Nidus Swarms for Rogue. He has potential, and the Overseers, they're moving in. Yeah, they're headed towards the bases here of ByuN. That also means that back at home, Rogue is going to be that much more exposed. He gets one of those lurkers. Snipes one. Here we go. Double Nidus Storm into the main. Changelings, they got dropped off. Split in between all the bases. Boys are being pulled. Nidus Storms, they will finish. And here come the lurkers. The lurkers, they borrow in time. A massive kill move here with came with the production. And this is a way to end the game. And meanwhile, more Nidus Storms. One towards the natural, one towards the pocket. Upgrades are being denied. ByuN, he's forced to go all in. He has to commit. He's not going to be able to, though. So many ghosts go down. Lurker still wreaking havoc. Taking down the starports. Nidus are finishing. And they can just rotate. Oh my god. Yeah, ByuN just cannot keep up. Not like this. Overseers, they race back home. Massive surround. Ghosts are falling. ByuN, he would just lose everything. The main base, the main army as well. ByuN, he can't actually spend his money. ByuN, he's got a 2k bank, but he cannot make any units as the production's in the air. And here comes Rogue. Knocks down the gold. Nidus into the main. Lurker still popping up. Nice clean up here in the main base. Finally, the lurkers go down, but the damage has been done. And GG Rogue, he will overwhelm, and he will be the first and only Zerg player to qualify through the qualifiers for Masters Coliseum 8. GG. GG, well played, Rogue, with his own style as well. This is something that Rogue did, I say popularize. I mean, he has brought to the table. I believe he did feature it. Was it at Stars Agora, if I remember correctly? Was that Stars Agora against Clem, or was it? God, these two events, they blend into my mind. No, it wasn't Stars Agora. It was Big Lulu Cup, right? Yeah. Like in my brain, they both happened at around the same time. But I believe it was Big Lulu Cup, where Rogue was able to flex that, was able to take down both ByuN and Clem with this style, and does it again. GG. GG, well played. Rogue will qualify, will make it through. Congratulations. My condolences to ByuN, as this does mean that ByuN will not be a part of the main event. ByuN is denied. ByuN is going to be denied here. And now we can take a moment to have a look at the bracket itself and catch up on everything that has been going on. Oh boy, let's go. Let us go. From the very top here. Okay, we should have... Not that. Beautiful. Bam. We have the competing page. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at yourselves. If you guys want to have a look at yourselves, welcome to Masters Coliseum 8. Again, it's going to be a big, major online event. Has a prize pool of 15,000 USD, and you can see here 6,000 USD for first place, followed by 3K, 1.5, and 1K, and of course spread out amongst the rest of the contenders. It is a 16-player tournament. A lot of money on the line here, and the best of the best players in the world will face off. We have our initial invited players. We had 2 Protoss in Hero and Max packs. They are the top 2 Protoss players in the world, followed by the top 3 Terrans in Clem, Maru, and Oliveira. So 3 Terran invites and 3 Zerg invites in Raynor, Serral, and Shin. We mentioned earlier that Dark was not invited. Dark would have to go through the qualifiers. Dark did not participate in the qualifiers. Did not participate. Solar did. So did Laser, so did Lambo. But as you can see here, did not qualify here. Did not qualify. Who did qualify? Lancer, the Chinese Protoss player, made it through the Asia qualifiers. From the Korean qualifiers, we had Cure, Gumiho, and Zaun, 2 Terrans and a Protoss. From the European and Americas qualifier, we had Estrella and Spirit, Protoss and a Terran. And we just wrapped up the global qualifier, the last chance qualifier. We have Skillus and Rogue, a Protoss and a Zerg player. Let's go. So all in all, we have 6 Protoss, 6 Terran, and 4 Zerg. When it comes to Zerg players that we are missing here, I would say Solar and Dark are the 2 notable Zerg players that are nowhere to be found. But we were cast in the qualifiers, and Skillus denied Solar. Skillus and Solar, they were in a qualifying match. Skillus made it through, was able to bring Solar down with his own unique styles, with his own unique play. Especially in Game 1. Game 1 was a lot of fun. Game 2 was more standard. Game 1 much more stylistic to Skillus. Skillus able to snowball out of control and qualify over Solar. And Dark did not compete in the qualifiers. So again, don't know why. Don't know why Dark was unavailable, but he was otherwise unavailable here. There is potential, again, this is just pure speculation, that maybe has to do with military service. That's always the thing to bring up whenever Dark isn't going to be going somewhere, because we have yet to be notified when Dark's military service is. So it's possible that it might coincide with the event, because for those who don't know, this event is a 2-month long event. 2 months. The month of December and the month of January. It's a very long event. So if you are unavailable, if you won't be able to really confirm that you can compete and play throughout those 2 months, then that would be a reason why you would not play. That would be a reason. Meanwhile, scrolling on down, we have the group stage. You can see here the group stage begins next week, 5 days, or 6 days. 6 days from now, we have Group A. Again, is a round-robin group stage. Round-robin, and every series is casted. That is why this lasts 2 months. It's going to be a 2-month-long event. We're going to have a lot of games, a lot of matches, a lot of content going through Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. A lot of matches going to be held here, and we will be crowning our new Masters Coliseum champion. Oh boy. Here we go. Who is it going to be? And again, this is honestly going to be a really nice showcasing of the new patch as well. This was the downside of Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup was a great event, don't get me wrong, but Home Story Cup was limited to whoever they invited, right? To those that could travel to Krefeld and to Home Story Cup. Because of that, there were a lot of players that weren't a part of it. Players like, for example, most of the green Protosses. You know, Hero wasn't there, Maxfax wasn't there, Zaun, Estrella, Lancer, right? These players were not a part of that. A lot of these Terrans were, Clem and Maru. Oliveira was not at Home Story Cup, so I'm also really excited to cast some Oliveira. We've been covering his accolades over the past 2 months during the podcast, and Oliveira, he has been on fire. We've seen Oliveira, at least score-wise, take down players like Hero time and time again, Trap, Shin, ByuN. Like, Oliveira has been looking very in form. I'm looking forward to seeing more of him. Gumiho, of course, the reigning Home Story Cup champion. We'll see how he compares and how he can compete against the rest. We have Cure, Spirits. We have the two European Zergs and Reynor and Serral. Shin, if you haven't been watching the channel, we've been casting a lot of Shin over the past 3 months, and Shin has been insane. Shin has been one of the few players to take down players like Clem and take down players like MaxFax on a more regular basis in online tournaments. Like, Shin has been a beast. So it's going to be amazing to see him also featured in this event as well. And of course, Rogue, who is still a little bit more of an enigma. Rogue, who relatively recently came back from the military and has been also getting some better and better results, some impressive play. I mean, we just saw him take down ByuN, and in a similar style, he has also taken down Clem as well. In a similar play style, I mean. So yeah, Rogue, he's also a force to be reckoned with. 100%. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. We will be wrapping up here for the night. It is 3 a.m. in the morning. Time to get some, I'm going to go get some food, then I'm probably going to get some rest. I'm going to try and sleep as much as possible in the lead up to the next cast. When is the next broadcast, you might ask? I believe in 8 hours? Yes, in 8 hours time, we are going to be live with the KSL, with the Korean StarCraft League. The KSL was live during a couple of days ago, over the weekend. We were not able to cast it ourselves as we were busy sleeping and preparing for Cheesadelphia, so we weren't able to cover it, but we can cover it tomorrow by replay. So in 8 hours time, going to be live with the Korean StarCraft League, and we'll be going over all those matches. Have heard some good things. Have heard some good things about that, and there's a lot of StarCraft to go over. When it comes to tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening, I have not heard about the Wardy TV Monday. In general, I haven't heard from Wardy in a while. Ever since Home Story Cup, he's been a little bit more dormant. Maybe just taking some time off, maybe recovering from Home Story Cup as well. So because of that, I do not know if Wardy TV Monday is coming back. We'll find out. Yet to be determined. He hasn't announced anything, so I doubt it's going to be back this week, maybe next week. But if it doesn't come back to tomorrow, I'm more than happy to sleep. I haven't had a proper day's rest in weeks, so I wouldn't be opposed to sleeping a little bit more freely. But we'll see what happens. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow. In 8 hours for some more KSL. Otherwise, we'll see you when we see you. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching, thanks for the support, we do appreciate it, and we'll see you for some more StarCraft. Otherwise, you can follow us. You can follow us on all the social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. Let me just quickly post in the chat. Bam! There we go. Exclamation mark socials. You can follow us. We post it whenever we go live. Likewise, you can support us on Patreon as well. If you're curious, what is our Patreon? You can see it there just underneath ByuN's name. Our Patreon is how much we do get a month for our tournaments. That all that money does go towards our tournaments, goes towards our events. If you want to support them, if you want to help grow them, you can do so via Patreon as well. Tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. Plenty of content available here on the channel. We're also live on YouTube. We're also do post VODs on YouTube on a daily basis, so plenty of VODs on YouTube. If you can't watch live, if you're like, oh, KSL's in 8 hours, well, I live in Europe and 8 hours is like 2 a.m., I'm going to be asleep, well, you can watch the VODs. You can watch the VODs on YouTube, papi. They're all going to be there. You can watch them at your convenience. Otherwise, we're wrapping up, and we'll see you next time. Until then, thank you for watching. Hasta luego. Also, if there is no Wardy TV Monday tomorrow, that means I have an evening free, and I might be streaming. I might be streaming on my own personal channel. I do not ladder on the CranKy Ducklings. I ladder on light_VIP. On YouTube and on Twitch. So if you're interested, you can follow me. You can follow me there. I'll be honest though, I haven't had much time to ladder, and I haven't laddered in like 2 weeks, so I'm very rusty, papi. So it's gonna be a smurge ladder session, let me tell you. But if you're interested, you can follow me there. I will most likely, again, if there's no Wardy TV Monday, I'll probably be live at that time instead, just laddering, and then maybe playing some Final Fantasy 16. Recently did get Final Fantasy 16 and have been enjoying it as well, so might play some of that on stream. Otherwise, see you guys next time. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Ga.